The Rendlesham Forest Incident. Chapter 1. The deepening cold of Bentwaters. Imagine yourself, if you can, standing on the very cusp of a memory. It is the deep, profound stillness of the English countryside, a quiet that is heavy enough to feel like a physical presence. This quiet belongs to Suffolk, a place of old stones and ancient paths, yet it is also a place that holds the weight of modern anxieties. We are here, right now, in the waning hours of 1980. The promise of a new year is just around the corner, but the Cold War still sits like a low, perpetual cloud over the land. The bases, RAF Bentwaters and RAF Woodbridge, are enormous, disciplined secrets hidden among the trees and fields. They are islands of American steel and technology on British soil, designed for serious purpose, but tonight they are just cold. The wind, when it does decide to stir, whistles a low, mournful sound through the towering chain-link fences, a metallic sigh that is quickly swallowed by the dense growth beyond. You can almost taste the air here. It's a sharp, icy mixture of damp earth, the clean, slightly resinous scent of pine needles, and the distant, subtle whiff of jet fuel. A quiet reminder that this is a place of power and speed, currently held in quiet slumber. It is the night of the 26th of December. Christmas has passed, leaving behind that particular exhaustion that settles in after a long holiday. For the men on duty, particularly the security police tasked with guarding the perimeter, it is an endless stretch of monotonous watchfulness. Their duty is to prevent intrusion, to ensure nothing happens, and for the vast majority of their shifts, nothing ever does. We are focusing our attention on a patrol near the east gate of Woodbridge. The patrol car, a squat, sturdy vehicle, idles quietly. The sound of the engine is a comforting, familiar drone against the absolute silence of the forest. Inside, the heat fights a losing battle against the penetrating cold. In the passenger seat is Airman First Class John Burroughs. He is young, attentive, but perhaps a little weary, staring out into the absolute blackness. Beside him is his partner. These men are trained for threats that look like people, that carry weapons they understand, that operate with recognizable human intent. They are prepared for a fence climber or a rogue vehicle. They are not prepared for quiet magic. The time slides past 3 o'clock in the morning. This is the deepest, darkest point of the night, when the human mind is most susceptible to suggestion, when the rational defenses are lowered by sheer biological tiredness. And then, the quiet, predictable rhythm of their night shatters, not with a crash, but with a strange, silent intrusion of light. It appeared deep inside the Rendlesham Forest, perhaps 400 yards from their position. It was visible between the vertical trunks of the pine trees, a pulsing, profound illumination that seemed entirely out of place. Imagine trying to describe it. It was not the steady, sweeping beam of the Orford Ness lighthouse, which was a known commodity, a comforting beacon of coastal life. This light was closer, it was lower, and it was alive. It was an object, or perhaps a constellation of lights attached to something solid, that glowed with a dynamic, shifting intensity. Burroughs would later recall seeing a vibrant mixture of colors, reds, blues, and whites, that seemed to chase each other across the dark surface of the thing. It darted, it hovered. It would appear to sink down toward the earth, then lift silently, almost playfully above the underbrush, only to descend again. The initial reaction wasn't fear, but profound confusion. What is that? Is it a distress flare? Is it a vehicle on fire? But the movement was all wrong. A crashed plane doesn't perform intricate, silent maneuvers between the trees. A fire doesn't shift its light source like an intelligent eye. They called it in. The report was concise, military, and yet completely baffling. Unusual lights, possibly a downed aircraft, maneuvering in the forest. The call went up the chain of command, rousing sleepy officers from their warm beds. The initial response was understandably suspicion. Were the men playing games? Were they imagining things? But the insistence in the voices of the security team was too genuine, too anxious to be dismissed as simple foolishness. The decision was made. They had to investigate. The security of the base and the potential presence of a downed aircraft of unknown origin demanded physical verification. Soon, Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, a supervisor, arrived at the scene. He was a man of procedure and calm. He listened to the account, looked into the black void of the forest, and saw the flickering, impossible glow for himself. The sight instantly dissolved any remaining doubt he might have had about the airmen's sobriety or truthfulness. Now, picture the small team assembled near the gate. Peniston, Burroughs, and Steffens. They left the warmth of the vehicle, the door clicking shut with a finality that felt immense. They stepped over the ditch and began the slow, deliberate walk toward the trees. The contrast between the two worlds is stark. Behind them lies the regimented, controlled military base. Ahead of them is the wild, ancient, and suddenly hostile interior of the forest. The air immediately changed. It wasn't just the cold. It was a tangible pressure, an electrical charge that seemed to hum softly against the drums of their ears. The familiar soundscape of the forest, the subtle rustling of high branches, the faraway sound of traffic, it all receded, replaced by an unnerving, profound silence. The only noise that intensified was the static. The handheld radios, their vital link to the command post, began to crackle and spit. The voices of the controllers became garbled, distorted, then vanished into a rhythmic, harsh buzzing. Their primary tool of communication, the very tether to reality, had been neutralized. They were now truly alone. Peniston and Burroughs pushed deeper, moving through the densely planted rows of pine. The trees were so close together that their movements became slow, almost meditative, pushing aside low branches, stumbling over the unseen roots beneath the thick layer of pine needles. The darkness here was not empty. It felt purposeful, watchful. As they got closer, the intensity of the light grew, casting long, distorted shadows that stretched and crawled behind every tree trunk. The shadows became the only movement in the otherwise frozen, watchful woods. The air began to smell different, too. The clean scent of pine was overwhelmed by something synthetic, an acute odor of ozone, sharp and metallic, like the smell you get when a welding arc flashes or when lightning hits the ground right beside you. And then, they broke through the final screen of trees and into the small clearing. The object was there. Resting silently on the floor of the forest, its presence was an absolute certainty, a profound physical anomaly that redefined everything they knew about the night, about technology, and about reality itself. It was small, perhaps the size of a very small car or a large dune buggy. Peniston described it as being triangular, resting on 3 short, sturdy legs that were pressed into the soft earth. The surface seemed to be made of a non-reflective, dark material, perhaps obsidian or glass, giving it a muted, eerie shine in its own light. Colored lights pulsed around the object's base, blue, red, and white, but there was no heat emanating from it that they could feel, no engine hum that they could hear. The silence was the most terrifying thing of all. A machine this powerful, this strange, should roar. It should hiss. It should make some understandable sound, but it offered only an unnerving, patient silence. Peniston, the staff sergeant, moved forward. His training, his instinct to secure and verify, overrode the sheer, paralyzing strangeness of the situation. He walked right up to the craft, his hand outstretched. This was not a move of recklessness, but of trained curiosity. He had to know what it was. He reached out and placed his hand against the cold, smooth flank of the craft. He later described the surface as being surprisingly warm, almost tepid, and utterly seamless. But as he ran his hand along the body, he felt raised symbols, small, intricate geometric carvings that seemed to cover the structure like ancient writing or cryptic code. He didn't try to decipher them, only to memorize the feel, the strange texture of these unknown characters. For what felt like an eternity, the men simply stood there, watching, breathing. The craft seemed to be waiting, observing them as much as they observed it. It was a confrontation of two entirely different worlds, taking place quietly under the cold pine trees of an English military base. The encounter reached its climax not with violence, but with a simple, quiet withdrawal. The lights on the craft, particularly the white dome on top, began to grow in intensity, flooding the clearing with a brilliant, silent light that forced the men to squint and look away. The object lifted. It rose just a few feet off the ground, retracting its landing gear with a fluid, silent motion. Then slowly, deliberately, it began to maneuver away from the three men. It glided between the pine trunks, performing a series of impossible turns without bumping a single branch. It seemed to float effortlessly, heading toward the open, eastern perimeter of the forest. With a final, silent, breathtaking acceleration, the craft shot away from the trees, rising rapidly into the low clouds. It was gone in an instant, leaving behind only the deafening return of the forest's natural silence and the pungent chemical smell of ozone lingering in the heavy air. The men stood for a long time in the darkness, the static on their radios dissolving back into the distant, crackling voices of their command. They looked at the empty space where the light had been. The profound silence of the night had returned, but their world had been fundamentally, irrevocably changed. The impossible had just happened, and they had been the witnesses. They turned back toward the base, toward the warmth and the light, knowing they carried a secret that the cold, rational world would struggle endlessly to believe. Chapter 2. The bruised earth and the telltale click when the sun finally did choose to rise over the vast, sleepy expanse of Suffolk. It did so with a minimum of effort and no accompanying warmth. The morning of the 27th of December was not a bright dawn, but a slow, grudging surrender of the darkness to a pervasive, metallic gray. The air was heavy, saturated with a cold mist that seemed to rise from the very soil, clinging to the fences and blurring the straight lines of the military buildings at RAF Woodbridge. Imagine the profound, bone-deep exhaustion of the men who had been out in the woods. Airman First Class John Burrows and Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston had returned to the base and the structured routine of their duty, but they had not truly returned to the world they knew. They carried the night with them. The silence of the craft, the impossible geometry of its triangular body, the feel of the rough, symbolic carvings beneath Peniston's gloved fingertips. These memories were far more real, far more immediate, than the forms they were now required to fill out. The initial hours of daylight were dominated by the slow, painful process of the debriefing. Picture them in a small, cold room, maybe smelling faintly of old coffee and cigarette smoke. They sit across a gray metal table from a superior officer who is trying, very hard, to be patient, to be rational, but whose eyes betray a profound uncertainty. The men recount the events, the dancing lights, the functional failure of the communication gear, the smell of ozone, the silent departure. They use precise, military language, trying to ground the extraordinary in the language of the ordinary. But the experience resists categorization. Every word they use feels too weak, too thin to carry the weight of what they witnessed. The officer's pen hovers over the form. What does one write? Report of lights and maneuvers. The official terminology cannot capture the utter strangeness of standing 3 feet from something that defied all known physics. The greatest hurdle they faced in the clean, sterile environment of the base was the sheer effort of memory struggling against skepticism. It's a common human reaction. The human mind prefers a logical gap to an impossible anomaly. Therefore, the command had to assume, for a time, that the event was a case of misidentification. Perhaps it was a trick of the atmospheric conditions, or a reflection of the lighthouse they mentioned, magnified and distorted by the fog. Maybe, just maybe, it was some kind of highly classified United States Air Force experiment that they, in their lower rank, were not privy to. This final, rational possibility was the tether they desperately clung to. But the men who saw it knew better. They knew this was not an earthly machine. So the next logical step had to be taken, a physical investigation. There is an old rule that states if you want to understand an experience, you must return to the place where it happened. And so, a small team, including Peniston and other security police personnel, prepared to re-enter Rendlesham Forest. This time, they were equipped not with weapons, but with tools of measurement and documentation. They carried cameras, notebooks, plaster of Paris, and the essential piece of equipment for anything that smacks of the mysterious and unearthly, the Geiger counter. Imagine yourself walking with them now, leaving the relative safety of the perimeter road. The ground underfoot is frozen hard in patches, making your steps crunchy, but in the depressions and low spots, the soil is slick with mud, hidden beneath a carpet of dead pine needles. The forest is quieter than ever. The heavy, damp air muffles all sound, making the distant activity of the base feel unreal, like a poorly tuned radio signal. The trees themselves are unnerving. They are planted in precise rows, a geometrical grid that stretches off into the mist. This man-made order, however, only serves to amplify the feeling that they are walking into a maze, a place where direction and known rules lose their meaning. It took a slow, deliberate walk to navigate the 400 or so yards to the clearing. The men followed their own tracks from the night before, now faint impressions in the damp undergrowth. The forest floor was a dark, matted expanse, cold and indifferent to the historical events that had transpired upon it. And then they found the spot. The clearing itself was small, a break in the dense pines, no bigger than a typical living room. The evidence was not immediately obvious. It was subtle, a quiet scar on the indifferent face of the earth. But once you focused, once you truly looked, the marks became undeniable. The first thing the team confirmed was the existence of the 3 indentations. Picture them closely. They were perfectly circular, each one roughly 7 inches in diameter. They were not shallow scrapes or mere scuffs of the surface. They were 1.5 inches deep, pressed down into the soil with a shocking degree of force. The edges were sharp and defined, suggesting that whatever had landed there had done so without dragging or shifting. These were points of stable, immense pressure. The indentations formed a perfect, unwavering equilateral triangle, suggesting a deliberate, designed distribution of weight. Peniston knelt down, running his finger along the rim of one of the depressions. He could feel the compaction of the soil, the way the tiny grains of dirt had been forced together, not unlike how a heavy bootprint would compress snow. Except this was cold, damp earth. The object that left this mark had been heavy. This physical certainty instantly dispelled the notion that the men had simply witnessed a meteorological phenomenon or a light reflected in the low fog. Light cannot leave holes in the ground. The team then turned their attention upward to the trees. The pines immediately surrounding the triangle were scarred. The damage was consistent with something large and solid either descending through the canopy or ascending violently. High above their heads, thick, living branches were snapped off, the raw, light-colored wood of the brakes stark against the dark, needled backdrop. And lower down, on the trunks facing the center of the landing site, there were scorching marks. These were not the blackened, smoking results of a deliberate fire. Instead, the outer layers of the bark were simply lighter, almost bleached, as if exposed to an extremely powerful, sudden wave of energy or heat. It suggested a high-energy discharge, contained and released with impossible speed, and certainly not the product of a burning aircraft's haphazard debris. The team set about documenting this physical evidence with painstaking detail. They took measurements, recording the precise distances between the indentations and triangulating their location with military accuracy. The photographs, taken in the flat, cold light of morning, were perhaps the most important items of all. They captured the wounds in the earth, offering an objective, camera-verified view of the impossible landing. Then came the process of making the casts. The plaster of Paris was mixed with cold water, stirred into a thick, milky slurry, and poured carefully into the 3 depressions. This was a moment of profound symbolism. They were immortalizing the impossible, fixing the shape of an unknown visitor onto a permanent, tactile record. While the casts were setting in the cold air, one of the investigators prepared the Geiger counter. Now, this is the moment in the story where the silence of the forest is broken by the cold, impartial voice of science. A Geiger counter is a simple, beautiful device. It converts invisible energy into audible, discrete clicks. Every click is a particle. Every sound is a reality. The operator held the small, heavy metal box and slowly extended the wand, first sweeping it over the ground outside the perimeter of the landing zone. The sound was soft, irregular, click, click, click. This is the background radiation, the normal, constant flow of cosmic energy and earthly minerals that bathes our planet. It is normal. It is expected. Then, with an almost agonizing slowness, the operator guided the wand toward the center of the 3 indentations. The clicking began to accelerate. Click, 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 click. As the wand passed directly over the center of the triangle, the sound became a steady, rhythmic rat-a-tat-tat. The needle on the device's analog dial jumped dramatically, spiking far above the normal background reading. The silence of the men standing nearby was complete. The sheer, mechanical persistence of the instrument was the loudest sound in the entire forest. The radiation was not lethal. It was not catastrophic, but it was there. It was a measurable, invisible residue left behind by the departing craft. The energy levels in the center of the triangle were elevated by a factor of several 100%, a localized field of residual power that slowly dissipated as the operator moved the wand away. They checked the scorched bark on the pine trees near the landing site. Again, the Geiger counter sang its unnerving chorus, click, 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 click. The energy signature was not just in the ground, it was clinging to the very fibers of the wood. The earth and the trees were both holding onto the memory of the light. This residual radiation served as the final, irrefutable physical proof. It was no longer a question of whether or not the men had seen something. It was now a question of what they had seen. The scientific data made the initial skepticism of their superiors entirely untenable. As this methodical work continued, another element of the civilian world briefly intersected with their mystery: the Suffolk constabulary. Local police officers were called to the scene, less out of belief and more out of duty, as the area of interest lay off the military base in the civilian-controlled public forest. Imagine the police officers arriving. They are pragmatic, grounded individuals, used to the tangible realities of small-town crime. They step out of their official patrol car and look at the cluster of Americans with their cameras and specialized equipment. they are presented with the three holes in the ground. The difference in perception is profound. The police officers did not experience the silent light. They did not feel the static in the air. All they saw were three small holes. One officer, looking at the pattern, commented that they were likely just rabbit scrapes, or perhaps impressions left by a heavy forestry vehicle, the kind of mundane explanations that naturally occur in a rural environment. They took a few notes. They filed their own separate report, noting only unusual marks and perhaps expressing a quiet, professional confusion at the American military's intense interest in a simple patch of woods. They then left, their duty discharged, returning to the world of understandable problems. Their easy dismissal highlighted the core struggle of the entire incident, the absolute impossibility of conveying an experience that sits so far outside the shared human reality. By late afternoon, the investigators had collected their casts, their measurements, and their crucial radiation readings. The sky had begun to darken again, the heavy clouds thickening as the cold deepened. They left the clearing, stepping over the faint, cold plaster casts which had hardened into perfect, silent testimonies to the night's visitor. The forest now felt even more charged than it had before. It was no longer a simple place of trees. It was a crime scene, a historical site, a point of contact between worlds. The physical evidence had given the airmen's story a chilling, absolute certainty. The 27th of December ended with the hard evidence secured, but the mystery remained vast and open. The senior command at Bentwaters Woodbridge was now faced with an undeniable reality. The initial report was accurate. Something had landed. Something had left its mark. And for the personnel on duty, looking toward the dark, watchful line of the Rendlesham pines, the quiet dread of the first night had been replaced by a tense, focused anticipation. The sky was opening up, becoming a place of watchful silence once more. The stage was set, not for a repeat, but for an escalation. The core drama, involving the highest-ranking officers and a far greater, more terrifying display, was waiting just beyond the next sunset. The military mind, so structured and controlled, was about to encounter an event it could neither explain nor contain. The long, cold night of the 28th was approaching, bringing with it the most famous chapter of the entire incident. Chapter 3. The deputy commander and the whispering cassette. The days following the initial encounter were filled with a strange, low hum of tension across the joint bases of Bentwaters and Woodbridge. The men who saw the landing craft, Burroughs, Peniston, and their colleagues, were being questioned repeatedly. Their stories were consistent, and the physical evidence from the landing site, the three deep indentations and the unmistakable surge of residual radiation, had introduced a cold, hard fact into the military equation. The skepticism of the superiors had curdled into a genuine, professional confusion. Imagine the atmosphere in the senior officers' offices. It is now the evening of the 28th of December. The clock is slowly ticking toward the very early hours of the 29th. The weather is still bitterly cold, the kind of cold that seems to promise clarity but only delivers a frozen mist. Our primary focus now shifts to Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halty. He was the deputy base commander. Halt was, by all accounts, a straightforward, rational man, a career officer who believed firmly in order, procedure, and empirical proof. When the reports of the lights in the craft first crossed his desk, he viewed them with immense annoyance. He suspected a combination of tired airmen, bad weather, and perhaps a deliberate hoax. His duty was to dispel the nonsense, to find the rational, earthly explanation, and to restore order and professionalism to his command. So, on this second major night of activity, Halt decided that the best way to debunk this persistent mystery was to handle it himself. He would go out to the landing site, take definitive readings, and prove once and for all that the whole incident was reducible to meteorological or terrestrial causes. He was going out to find a lighthouse or a helicopter, not an interplanetary visitor. Picture him now, preparing for the field. He gathers a small team of security personnel. He is dressed in his heavy military gear, protected against the bone-aching chill. But he takes one very important, very mundane item with him, a microcassette recorder. Halt was meticulous. He decided, purely as a matter of documentation, to record his observations live. This piece of plastic and magnetic tape, originally intended for mundane military notes, would become one of the most famous pieces of evidence in the entire history of the unexplained. The Halt tape was about to capture the impossible in his own calm, authoritative voice. The team drove out to the perimeter, parked their vehicle, and prepared to enter the same silent, waiting forest that Peniston and Burroughs had visited 2 nights earlier. The air was heavy, but the sky above was intermittently clear, offering glimpses of the cold, distant stars. Halt was not on a mystical quest. He was on a survey mission. They intended to return to the landing site, the triangular depression zone, to take further radiation readings and perhaps find the exact spot of the highest spike. They crossed the ditch and moved past the perimeter fence, the metallic scent of the pine forest immediately enveloping them. They walked slowly, their heavy boots crunching softly on the frozen pine needles and damp leaf litter. Halt held the recorder close to his face, dictating the time, the location, and the purpose of the mission. His voice, captured on the tape, is level, professional, and utterly skeptical at the outset. Imagine listening to that recording now. You can hear his breath, short and sharp in the cold air, punctuated by the rustle of his gear and the soft, crunching steps of the men behind him. As they got closer to the depression site, the atmosphere again began to shift, exactly as the airmen had described. The familiar phenomenon of radio interference started up. Halt noted it aloud into the tape, his tone still technical, but perhaps containing a hint of professional frustration. The voices from the base control began to crackle, then dissolved into that rhythmic, grating static. The team reached the clearing. They took their Geiger counters and began their methodical sweep. The counters confirmed the earlier findings: elevated radiation levels in the triangular landing area and on the adjacent trees. Halt dictated the readings into the cassette, his voice documenting the strange facts without yet admitting the extraordinary implication. This is strange, he might have thought, but it must be a secret weapon test, a leak, anything but the impossible. It was approximately 3:45 in the morning when the situation suddenly, dramatically escalated. Halt and his team were preoccupied with their instruments when the airmen guarding the vehicle, standing watch at the edge of the forest, began shouting over the static-laced radio frequency. They were seeing the lights again. Not just a hazy glow, but distinct, brilliant lights rising above the trees, off to the east, far closer to the coast and the Orford Ness area. Halt, driven now by duty and a rising, unwelcome sense of dread, abandoned the Geiger counter readings. They turned and plunged deeper into the forest, pushing through the thickest part of the plantation, moving toward the new source of light. He kept the recorder running, his voice now quicker, sharper, reacting in real time to the unfolding spectacle. The recording captured his immediate, astonished observations. As they pushed out from the pines and reached a small, open field beyond the base property, the view opened up. And there, against the deep, dark expanse of the night sky, were the lights. They were bright, brilliant, and utterly silent. They were maneuvering at an altitude that seemed both low and impossibly fast. They were shifting colors, sometimes a strong red, sometimes green, and Halt described them as moving in a precise, intelligent pattern. They didn't drift like balloons or tumble like debris. They moved with purpose. Imagine yourself standing beside the colonel in that cold field. The lights appear to be watching you, circling, as if calculating their next move. Then came the single, most dramatic action of the entire night, preserved forever on the microcassette. Halt recorded it as he saw it. One of the objects, hanging silently high above them, suddenly projected a beam of light down toward the ground. It wasn't a diffused spotlight. It was a pencil-thin, brilliant laser beam of pure, coherent energy. Halt's voice on the tape rises slightly, filled not with fear but with shock. The beam struck the ground directly near the security personnel who were standing watch at the edge of the forest. He reported, "The lights are coming right towards us. Landing now, coming this way. It's going right over the coastline. And it's landing." A beam shooting down toward the ground. The beam struck the field nearby, visible for a brief, sharp instant, illuminating the frost and mud in a brilliant, shocking white. The object then lifted, performing a series of rapid, astonishing maneuvers that Halt described with a raw, almost breathless professionalism. He described it as having a D shape, hovering at arm's length. This was a different object than the triangular one seen 2 nights before, suggesting either multiple craft or a highly mutable shape. As the team moved toward the field, the object began to move away again, retreating toward the perimeter of the base, always keeping its distance. Halt tracked it, walking through the field, the recorder capturing the sounds of his heavy, measured breathing and the increasingly frantic tone of his observations. The objects performed a final, spectacular display. They rose higher, moving incredibly fast, and then stopped abruptly over the area of the weapons storage facility at RAF Bentwaters. Halt dictates, almost stunned, that they appeared to pulse and hover directly over the area where the nuclear assets were reportedly stored. Then, with a final, silent demonstration of impossible velocity, the lights shot up into the sky. They streaked across the visible stars and vanished instantly. The suddenness of the departure left the group in a stunned, echoing silence, under the cold, empty expanse of the black sky. Halt stopped the recorder. The silence that followed was immense, heavy with the weight of absolute proof. He had come out to disprove a fantasy, but he was returning with a verifiable, recorded fact. Something real, something intelligently controlled, and something entirely unknown had performed a military-style surveillance of his base. Imagine the walk back. It was not triumphant. It was sober, cold, and quiet. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halt, the rational man, the skeptic, was now a reluctant, stunned witness to the truly extraordinary. His mission to debunk had ended in the profound, quiet realization that the universe was far stranger than his military briefing books had ever allowed. They returned to the base, the airmen quiet, Halt holding the cassette recorder like a fragile, dangerous secret. The cold morning of the 29th of December arrived, and with it, the certainty that the Rendlesham Forest Incident was not a local misunderstanding, but a world event, documented by the highest level of command on the ground. The next few days would be consumed by the fallout, the official reports, and the beginning of the long, silent struggle to deal with an event that the military and the world was simply not prepared to handle. The mystery had been verified. Now came the inevitable complex process of the cover-up. Chapter 4. The cold shock of documentation the morning of the 29th of December, 1980, broke with a stillness that felt less like peace and more like a heavy, expectant silence. For the personnel at RAF Bentwaters and RAF Woodbridge, The air was thick with unspoken knowledge. Everyone knew, through the grapevine of the military base, that something profound had happened in the woods during the deepest part of the night. But the central, undeniable reality was held in the small, metal and plastic case containing the microcassette belonging to Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halty. Imagine the scene of the formal debriefing. It is likely a secure room, shielded from eavesdropping, the only light source the cold glare of fluorescent bulbs. Colonel Halt sits there, perhaps outwardly calm, but internally reeling from the profound intrusion into his rational worldview. Beside him sits the most damning, most persuasive witness of all, a small spool of magnetic tape. The initial task was to transcribe the recording. Someone, perhaps a nervous clerk or a junior officer, was assigned the job of listening to Halt's voice, hour after hour, capturing the exact words that documented the impossible. Picture the act of listening. The silence of the office is broken only by the thin, reedy voice of the colonel coming from the tiny speaker. You hear the crunch of boots on the frozen ground. You hear the deep intake of breath. You hear the rise of urgency in the colonel's voice as the silent craft projects its beam of energy down toward the field. The effect of this recording was absolute. The Halt tape did what the testimonials of young airmen could not. It introduced an objective, verifiable witness, the deputy base commander, and physical evidence recorded in real time into the heart of the official record. The narrative was no longer anecdotal, it was documented. This created a profound, immediate crisis within the military structure. The Air Force could no longer dismiss the incident as weather-related phenomena or the result of sleep deprivation. They now possessed, first, the physical scars, the 3 deep, triangular depressions in the earth, cast in plaster of Paris, proving that a solid, heavy object had landed. Second, the energy residue, the Geiger counter readings, confirming a measurable, residual field of radiation clinging to the landing site and the trees. And third, the verbal confirmation, the Halt tape, a minute-by-minute account of an unidentified aerial phenomenon, maneuvering with intelligence, and most ominously, projecting a beam of light toward the ground and hovering directly over the sensitive weapons storage area. The Cold War context is absolutely crucial to understanding the gravity of this situation. The military's primary concern was always security. If the object was Russian, a highly advanced, entirely silent spy craft, it represented a catastrophic security breach of a major strategic site. If it was truly unknown, something non-terrestrial, it represented a breach of reality itself, a vulnerability for which there were no existing protocols. The immediate, inevitable response from the higher command, the Strategic Air Command, SAC back in the United States, was to initiate a complete, absolute information containment strategy. Imagine the flurry of encrypted teletypes and coded phone calls flying across the Atlantic Ocean. The message was clear: silence. The official response had to be controlled, streamlined, and ultimately reductive. The primary goal became to maintain operational security and to minimize public panic. The easiest way to achieve both was to deny, to downplay, and to attribute the strange occurrences to the most mundane explanation available, regardless of the physical evidence to the contrary. This is the birth of the official cover story. The initial internal reports detailing the landings, the movements, and the high radiation readings were quickly suppressed and replaced with simpler, more palatable explanations. The focus shifted to the nearby Orford Ness Lighthouse. The official, public line, which would be repeated for years to come, would state that the airmen had simply mistaken the distant beam of the lighthouse for an approaching aircraft. But how do you explain the holes in the ground? The explanation given to the public was that the 3 depressions were likely made by animals digging, or perhaps the post holes from forestry work. A simple, logical explanation that requires no suspension of disbelief. The radiation readings, so clearly documented, were either ignored or attributed to natural background sources. The undeniable fact of the halt tape was simply kept secret, filed away in the deepest recesses of the command structure, effectively classified out of existence. Colonel Halt, the man who recorded the event, found himself in a deeply uncomfortable position. He was a professional officer. His entire career was built on following orders. His command, the institution he served, was now instructing him to effectively deny the reality he had personally experienced and recorded. He was told to write a final, formal memorandum summarizing the incident for the record, but only for the internal, highly classified record. This document, known eventually as the Halt Memo, would be dated 13th of January, 1981. This memo would be a masterwork of professional restraint, detailing the events with cold, factual language, the lights, the movement, the landing marks, the radiation, without ever resorting to terms like alien or unidentified flying object. It was a masterpiece of military documentation that laid out the unbelievable facts in a wholly believable procedural tone. This careful language was designed to protect him and the base. The document admitted the physical facts, but only to those with the proper clearance, essentially locking the truth inside the security apparatus. But the story, as often happens with profound events, began to leak. Imagine the atmosphere in the base bars and mess halls. The young airmen who had been on the first patrol, men like Burroughs and Peniston, they knew what they had seen. They spoke in hushed tones, using euphemisms and careful whispers. They had been exposed to the unknown, and that kind of knowledge is difficult to contain. The news began to filter out to the local British community. Farmers living near the forest reported their own strange sightings, or recounted the distress of their livestock on the nights in question. Local journalists, their antennae immediately twitching at the scent of an American military secret, began asking pointed questions of the base public relations officers. The base was forced to issue a formal, if minimalist, statement. This statement, heavily vetted and strategically phrased, firmly adhered to the lighthouse explanation. It confirmed that some personnel had observed unexplained lights and had conducted an investigation in the forest, but it quickly dismissed the matter as having no defense significance. The contradiction between the calm public statement and the frantic internal security response was immense. Behind the scenes, the plaster casts of the landing marks were quietly stored away. The Geiger counter readings were classified. The young airmen were subtly warned, not threatened, but strongly advised, about the importance of maintaining silence regarding matters of national security. The profound cold shock of documentation had solidified the entire incident. It had transformed from a series of events into a case file, complete with objective proof, but that case file was immediately stamped top secret. Halt, the rational officer, had completed his duty. He had documented the truth, but in doing so, he had become an accomplice in its effective suppression. He returned to his routine, carrying the heavy, silent burden of the knowledge that something entirely outside the human purview had visited his command, and that the world was being told a different story. The forest itself, wrapped now in the quiet of winter, seemed to hold its breath. The trees stood as silent witnesses, the faint, residual radiation fading slowly from the needles and the bark, waiting for the day when the truth, documented on that small magnetic tape, would finally be allowed to speak for itself. Chapter 5. The silence of the ministry and the pressure of disbelief. The new year, 1981, dawned over the Rendlesham Forest with a heavy, indifferent quality. The events of December had passed into the realm of official inquiry, a space that is often colder and quieter than the deepest part of the night. For the personnel involved, particularly those stationed at RAF Bentwaters and RAF Woodbridge, the intense, focused drama of the 3 nights had been replaced by the slow, grinding pressure of secrecy and official denial. Imagine the difference between the sheer experience of seeing the silent, triangular craft and the dry, suffocating process of watching that experience be strategically dismantled by higher authority. The physical evidence, the plaster casts of the indentations, the radiation readings, had been secured and classified, tucked away in filing cabinets where they could do the least damage to the prevailing reality. The halt tape, the indisputable audio document of a U.S. Air Force deputy base commander witnessing the unknown, was now essentially treated as an internal anomaly, a potential embarrassment rather than a piece of scientific data. The initial inquiry was not a search for truth. It was a search for containment. The UK Ministry of Defence, or the MOD, entered the fray, albeit reluctantly and at a distance. Since the events occurred on British soil, even if the base was American-occupied, the matter officially fell under their jurisdiction. The problem for the MOD was immense. They relied on their American allies to manage security, and they were suddenly confronted with the American command admitting, in highly classified memos, that something wholly unidentified had breached the perimeter of a major nuclear-capable base. Picture the MOD officials in London. They are receiving the reports, reading the dry, bureaucratic language of the halty memo. They see the documented facts, elevated radiation levels, physical ground marks, silent maneuvers. These individuals were highly trained, pragmatic civil servants and military officers. They understood that if this information were to become public, it would trigger a parliamentary debate, possibly create widespread panic, and certainly destabilize the delicate agreements regarding the presence of U.S. nuclear assets on British soil. Their immediate decision was to follow the American strategy, deny defense significance. This was the key phrase. By stating that the incident had no defense significance, the MOD could legally and officially shut down any further inquiry. They did not have to explain the lights. They did not have to explain the radiation. They only had to state that whatever it was, it posed no threat to the security of the United Kingdom. This decision created a profoundly uncomfortable psychological pressure on every witness. When the highest authority tells you that the event you experienced with all your senses has no defense significance, they are subtly, but powerfully, suggesting that your perception of reality is flawed. Think about the young airmen, men like John Burroughs and Jim Penniston. They were the ones who saw the craft up close, who touched the cold, seamless hull. They were ordered back to their routine duties. No counseling was offered. No deep, scientific debriefing occurred. Instead, they were met with a wall of quiet, knowing dismissal from their superiors and colleagues who had not been present. It's the insidious nature of official denial. It makes you doubt the certainty of your own eyes. They were not actively threatened, but they were made acutely aware that talking about the triangle in the pines was dangerous to their careers and detrimental to the smooth running of the base. The internal atmosphere at Bentwaters Woodbridge became one of intense, unspoken compartmentalization. The witnesses knew the truth, but they were forced to live a daily lie. They saw the public reports about the lighthouse, and they knew those reports were demonstrably false, contradicted by their own sworn statements and the measurable evidence secured days prior. This created a profound sense of isolation. The silence, you see, became the primary weapon of the cover-up. It was a silence enforced not by guns, but by career prospects, military protocol, and the sheer weight of authority. The psychological struggle here is deeply compelling. These were disciplined men, trained to follow orders. Their orders now were to bury an experience that had fundamentally changed their understanding of existence. They had seen something that challenged the very nature of flight, of energy, and of intelligence, yet they were required to behave as if the most interesting thing that happened in December was the base Christmas party. Imagine Jim Peniston trying to explain to his family or his friends what he saw. He would be met with polite skepticism, or worse, knowing winks and jokes about little green men. He couldn't produce the plaster casts. He couldn't play the halt tape. He was left only with his own memory, pitted against the overwhelming, organized power of two national governments claiming he was mistaken. This is the phase of the story where the focus moves from the external mystery to the internal cost. The MOD, in their official statements throughout the 1980s, maintained a perfect, opaque neutrality. Their files, which would later be released under Freedom of Information requests, contained internal discussions about the matter. These files reveal that while officials were baffled by the radiation and the persistence of the reports, they consistently chose the path of least resistance, minimizing the event to the public. One official, recorded in the internal MOD memos of the time, summarized the approach with chilling clarity. He stated that the best way to handle the matter was to say as little as possible and to avoid generating more public interest, ensuring the whole thing would eventually just fade away. The strategy was to weaponize the short attention span of the public against the profound truth of the experience. This period of silence lasted for years. Colonel Halt moved on to new assignments. Airmen left the service and returned to civilian life. But the memory, the absolute certainty of what they saw in the cold forest, never left them. For them, Rendlesham was not a theory. It was a verifiable fact, buried under an avalanche of official indifference. The long, quiet shadow of the incident stretched out over the men and the forest. The pines stood tall, indifferent to the political maneuvering happening in London and Washington. They held the faint, fading scent of ozone and the invisible, low hum of residual energy, waiting for the decades to pass until the witnesses, no longer bound by military oath, began, one by one, to break the silence and demand the truth of their recorded experience be acknowledged. The mystery had been locked down, but the lock was built on denial, and denial, like a frozen river, always cracks in the spring. Chapter 6. The long silence and the slow leak of truth. The years immediately following the dramatic events of December 1980 were swallowed by a profound, governmental silence. The bases of Bentwaters and Woodbridge returned to their routine, their vast, strategic importance overshadowing the brief, intense intrusion of the unknown. For the outside world, the Rendlesham Forest Incident was a forgotten footnote, successfully filed away by the Ministry of Defense, MOD, under the convenient and professionally dismissive label of no defense significance. Imagine the passage of time in this context. It's not a sudden event, but a slow, persistent erosion. For the men who were there, Airman First Class John Burrows, Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, and Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halty, the experience became a private, heavy stone carried in the pocket. They moved on with their careers, transferred to new posts, and eventually retired or left the service. But the memory was not a fading photograph. It was a permanent, high-definition record in their minds, validated by the cold, physical facts they had seen. The holes, the Geiger counter's insistent click, 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 and the silent, impossible maneuvering of the craft. The official denial, however, had done its work. The witnesses were largely isolated, knowing that attempting to speak publicly would only invite ridicule or, worse, the official black mark of being labeled unreliable by the powerful institutions they had once served. The key to the eventual resurfacing of the truth lay in the slow, relentless work of civilian researchers and the growing complexity of the global media landscape. As the 1980s gave way to the 90s, the initial tight grip on secrecy began to fray. Picture a small, dedicated group of investigators, men and women often working alone, late at night, in cluttered home offices, who refused to let the story die. They understood that the silence of the governments was itself a profound piece of evidence. They collected the fragmented testimonies of former base personnel who had retired and felt freer to speak. They cross-referenced local newspaper reports, trying to build a picture from the periphery. The first major crack in the wall of silence appeared when some of the internal documents began to surface. The existence of Colonel Halt's memorandum, the formal Halt memo, was a piece of internal knowledge within certain investigative circles. Dated the 13th of January, 1981, this document was the smoking gun. It wasn't the rambling account of a nervous guard. It was the detailed, professional report from the deputy base commander, listing the specific physical anomalies that the public explanation entirely ignored. In the mid-1990s, through persistent legal pressure and the slow, inevitable creep of freedom of information laws, copies of this internal memo began to circulate. The release was not official or complete, but enough of the document emerged to confirm that the highest levels of base command had indeed been investigating a verifiable unidentified flying object, UFO landing, not a lighthouse beam. Imagine the sudden, electrifying shift in the debate. Before, the witnesses were dismissed as hallucinating. Now, the government was exposed as having deliberately misstated the facts. The argument was no longer about the reality of the sighting, but about the act of deception. The pressure eventually fell upon the Ministry of Defense. They continued to release carefully redacted files, always maintaining the official line that the event was of no defense significance. However, within the newly released documents, researchers found internal communications where MOD officials themselves expressed intense frustration at their inability to explain the physical evidence. These internal notes suggested genuine bafflement, entirely contradicting the calm dismissal offered to the public. Then, there was the moment when Colonel Halt himself finally decided to break his silence. Retired from active duty, and no longer bound by the immediate constraints of command, Halt realized that his duty to the truth outweighed his duty to maintain a deceptive military narrative. He confirmed the authenticity of the memo, and more importantly, he spoke about the Halt tape. Picture this elderly gentleman, a man of high military honor, standing before a microphone calmly recounting the unbelievable details. He brought his own integrity to bear on the story, lending it a gravity that no conspiracy theorist could match. He insisted that he was not claiming to know what the object was, only that he knew with absolute certainty what it was not. It was not the lighthouse. It was not a star. It was a solid, intelligently controlled craft. The eventual partial release of the actual Halt tape audio itself was a critical moment. When the public could hear the colonel's voice, the quickened breath, the professional certainty, the rise of shock as the light beam hit the ground, the event shifted from a distant historical curiosity to a visceral, documented experience. The very sound of his voice became the ultimate piece of evidence. The long silence had not erased the truth. It had only delayed its emergence, adding layers of governmental intrigue and betrayal to the core mystery. The focus of the Rendlesham case transitioned from simply asking what happened to asking the more profound question: why was the truth suppressed? The long, quiet years following 1980 were a testament to the resilience of those who witnessed the unexplained. They waited patiently while the official mechanisms of denial slowly, inevitably, began to self-destruct under the weight of their own secrecy. The full, detailed truth of what occurred in the cold, silent pines of Rendlesham Forest was finally beginning its slow climb into the light. Chapter 7. The silent geometry and the touch of the unknown with the passing of the years and the gradual, inevitable seepage of official documents. The fear of reprisal that once silenced the witnesses began to lift. This era, stretching into the early 2000s, marked a profound shift in the narrative. The story was no longer about what the government denied. It was about what the men remembered. Imagine the profound relief of finally being able to speak the complete, unvarnished truth without the immediate threat of ridicule or professional punishment. For the witnesses, for Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, and Airman First Class John Burrows, this was the moment to reclaim their experience from the cold clutches of the official narrative. We must now return, in our minds, to that small clearing in the Rendlesham Forest during the earliest hours of the 27th of December, 1980. We are focusing on the few, intense minutes when Peniston stood within touching distance of the craft. These are the details that the dry military reports could never convey, the sensory input that confirms the sheer impossibility of the moment. Picture the object itself. It was not the clumsy, riveted technology of human flight. It was a study in profound, silent geometry. Its shape was a perfect, unwavering triangle, resting on the forest floor with a sense of alien grace. You can almost feel the cold silence radiating from its structure. Peniston described the craft as being compact, perhaps 9 to 10 feet across its base and maybe 6 or 7 feet high. But the most striking element was the skin of the object. It was not painted metal. It was a uniform, non-reflective surface, often described as a dark charcoal gray, almost like polished obsidian or smoked glass. It seemed to absorb the light of the pine forest, making it both present and profoundly mysterious at the same time. There were no seams. There were no rivets. There were no visible panels. This is a crucial point that defies everything we know about manufactured objects. Every aircraft, every vehicle, is a collection of parts held together. This craft, however, appeared to be monolithic, formed from a single, seamless piece of material. It spoke of a manufacturing process so advanced that it was entirely beyond human comprehension. Beneath the main body, the 3 landing gear, the points that created the deep indentations in the earth were visible. They were short, thick struts, now pressed down into the soil. They gave the craft a stable, tripod stance, a posture of perfect, calculated rest. And then there were the lights. These were not navigation lights designed for human visibility. They were an integrated part of the craft's design. Peniston remembered the soft, pulsating glow of colored lights along the base of the triangle. Reds and blues that seemed to chase each other, lighting the surrounding pine needles in an eerie, underwater hue. And above, on top of the structure, was a central white light, sometimes described as a small dome, which seemed to pulse with a slow, powerful rhythm, like a huge, silent heart beating in the cold air. Imagine Peniston's slow, deliberate approach, the smell of ozone thickening around him, the static from his radio, a muffled snarl in his hand. He walked right up to the object, a man driven by a profound, trained need to verify the unknown. He reached out his hand, gloved against the winter cold, and touched the smooth, seamless flank. The temperature of the surface was not icy, as the metal should have been in the cold December air. It was tepid, surprisingly warm to the touch. It suggested an internal system that maintained a low, steady energy, independent of the external environment. The feel was like smooth glass, but with the inherent hardness of an extremely dense metal. But it was what he felt next that added a layer of profound, ancient mystery to the high technology. As he ran his fingers along the dark, polished surface, Peniston detected a series of raised, geometric symbols. These were not random scratches or accidental flaws. They were organized, linear characters, almost like an ancient script or cryptic code, running horizontally around the perimeter of the triangle. Picture them in your mind, small, intricate shapes feeling rough against the smoothness of the hull. They were not etched, they were raised, integral to the material itself, as if the craft was a gigantic metallic piece of encoded calligraphy. Peniston would later say that in the confusion and sensory overload of the moment, he believed he mentally, or perhaps even telepathically, received a set of messages or binary code patterns from this structure. Whether this was a physical transfer or an intense psychological reaction to the proximity of the craft remains one of the deepest, most subtle questions of the entire incident. But the symbols themselves, the raised geometry that he physically felt, are a consistent, haunting detail of his testimony. Now shift your focus to John Burroughs, standing a short distance away, covering Peniston. His experience was dominated by the sensory violence of the craft's energy field. Burroughs focused on the sound, or rather, the lack of sound. He spoke of the deep, pervasive silence that was more unnerving than any noise could have been. The total absence of air displacement, of whine, of rotor noise, when something so massive and energetic was operating just feet away. He described the electromagnetic pressure. This was the feeling of your hair standing up, the crackle in the air, the absolute failure of the sophisticated military radios. This pressure, this disruption of familiar energy, was another clear signal that they were dealing with a technology that manipulated fundamental forces in ways Earth-based science could not. And finally, the departure. Burroughs's memory is dominated by the sudden, instantaneous surge of light and acceleration. It was not a gradual liftoff, but an instantaneous, silent decision to leave. The craft lifted, performed those impossible maneuvers between the densely packed pines, and then with a single, silent burst of velocity, disappeared completely from the atmosphere. He was left standing there, the chemical tang of ozone sharp in his lungs, blinking against the sudden, overwhelming blackness that rushed back in to fill the space where the light had been. The testimony of these men, revisited years later with the clarity of time and the weight of the released documents, paints a cohesive picture of a craft that was silent, operating without acoustic signature, seamless, constructed without visible joints or rivets, geometric, utilizing a perfect non-aerodynamic triangular form, encoded, bearing unknown raised symbols on its exterior, energetic, capable of localized electromagnetic disruption and leaving measurable radiation residue. This was not simply a light in the sky. This was a physical, measurable object, an ambassador of an unknown technology that chose, perhaps briefly, perhaps deliberately, to rest silently among the pines of Rendlesham Forest. The profound quiet of the woods held their secret for years, but the detailed, unwavering testimony of the witnesses ensured that the truth, the image of that seamless, silent triangle, would never truly be buried. The memories, detailed and persistent, became the final, ultimate form of evidence. Chapter 8. The cold logic of denial and the science of the aftermath, with the core witness testimonies of Peniston, and Burroughs. Burroughs finally out in the open, and the pivotal Halty tape, confirming the involvement of the base command. The focus of the Rendlesham mystery shifted away from what landed and toward why the truth was so fiercely guarded for so many years. This chapter explores the cold, calculated logic of the official denial and the patient, decades-long work of investigators analyzing the meager physical evidence that survived the initial containment effort. Imagine yourself trying to understand the mind of a Cold War military official. Their world was binary, us versus them, safety versus threat. An event like Rendlesham presented a profound crisis because it refused to fit into either category. If the triangular craft was a Soviet prototype, a silent, radiation-emitting vehicle capable of penetrating the perimeter of a base holding nuclear assets, it was a catastrophic failure of defense. The base commander would be forced to admit they were vulnerable to an unknown technology. If the craft was truly non-terrestrial, the crisis was even greater. The military had no protocol for extraterrestrial visitation. The admission would lead to immediate public panic, global instability, and the utter loss of control over the narrative. The simplest, safest, and most logical military response was to choose the least harmful lie. The Ministry of Defense, MOD, and the Strategic Air Command, SAC, chose the lighthouse, the animal scratch, the weather phenomenon. This denial was not an admission of ignorance. It was an act of operational security, deemed essential to maintain stability during a period of intense global tension. The truth was seen as a weapon more dangerous than the silent craft itself. This decision created a decades-long pursuit for independent researchers, who focused intensely on the few pieces of hard data that leaked out, the radiation readings and the dimensions of the landing marks. Picture the scientists and investigators, far from the forest, working quietly in laboratories and offices. They took the numbers documented by Lieutenant Colonel Halt and his team and applied rigorous analysis. The radiation data was particularly compelling. The readings, though low and localized, were elevated by a factor of several 100% directly over the 3 indentations. Crucially, the analysis suggested that the radiation was likely of a soft X-ray type, a signature not easily produced by natural uranium or background granite. Investigators hypothesized that this signature pointed toward a short-lived, high-energy event, perhaps a propulsion system briefly energized, or the craft dumping energy upon liftoff. This wasn't just noise on a Geiger counter. It was a fingerprint. It suggested that the source of the energy was external to Earth's normal environment and was deliberately contained, powerful, and utterly alien. Now, consider the physical indentations themselves. Researchers analyzed the documented measurements of the 3 holes. They were in a near-perfect equilateral triangle, spaced roughly 108 inches apart. By calculating the compressive force required to make such deep, sharp impressions in the frozen soil, the analysts were able to estimate the minimum weight of the craft. The conclusions were stunning. The object, despite its small size, about 10 feet across, must have weighed at least 15,000 pounds, or 7.5 short tons. This extreme density, coupled with its ability to perform silent, high-velocity maneuvers, placed the object's performance entirely outside the realm of known aerospace engineering, even 4 decades after the event. The evidence in the soil was screaming silently that this craft was far heavier and more powerful than anything built on Earth. Imagine the investigators poring over the plaster casts, which were eventually obtained through persistent effort. They were not looking at the form of the craft, but at the reaction of the Earth to its presence. The indentations showed no sign of rotation or vertical scrape. The craft had landed with perfect, controlled stability and lifted off without disturbing the delicate balance of the cold, damp soil. The later testimonies of Peniston regarding the symbols on the craft also became a key focus. Peniston, years later, underwent hypnotic regression to better recall the incredible sensory overload of the moment he touched the object. Under hypnosis, he recounted seeing a sequence of binary code and geometric symbols, the same raised characters he had physically felt on the hull. He claimed this code contained a message relating to humanity's past, its future, and the importance of preventing nuclear catastrophe, a theme profoundly relevant to a craft hovering over a nuclear weapons storage facility. Whether this was a genuine transfer of information or a psychological interpretation of the traumatic event, the detail added another layer to the mystery. It suggested communication, purpose, and an intense, non-destructive interest in humanity's most volatile technology. The official denial, however, persisted, even after the partial release of the MOD files in the 2000s. Each release confirmed what the witnesses had said. The MOD files contained clear internal admission that the reports were consistent, the witnesses credible, and the physical evidence unexplained. Yet, the official conclusion remained the same: no defense significance. This enduring logic of denial is, in itself, one of the most compelling aspects of the story. It reveals a chilling calculation: that a government prefers to maintain control through a believable lie than to risk chaos with an unbelievable truth. The true cost of the cover-up was not just the suppression of data, but the psychological harm inflicted on the honest, professional military men who chose to tell the truth. The Rendlesham Forest Incident remains, therefore, a dual mystery: the mystery of the silent, triangular craft, and the enduring mystery of the silent, powerful government machine that tried so hard to erase its very memory. The cold logic of denial had failed, not because of a sudden exposé, but because the cold, hard facts of the soil, the Geiger click, and the solemn word of a colonel were simply too compelling to be permanently silenced. The quiet truth, as always, outlived the official lie. Chapter 9. The enduring legacy and the weight of unexplained truth. The passage of time, stretching into the early decades of the 21st century, did not diminish the mystery of the Rendlesham Forest Incident. It only deepened its significance. The forest itself, with its tall, silent columns of pine, continued its slow, indifferent growth, but the 3 nights in 1980 had permanently etched the location into the global consciousness. The story had transformed from a secretive military event into a profound cultural touchstone, a testament to the fact that reality is often stranger and far more silent than our most carefully constructed security protocols allow. Imagine, years later, watching the key witnesses, men like Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halty and Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, reflecting on the events that had defined their lives. They are no longer young airmen or active command officers. They are elders now, their hair grayed, their voices measured, but the core certainty of their experience remains absolute and unyielding. The sheer persistence of their testimony, maintained across decades of ridicule, denial, and official silence, became the strongest piece of evidence of all. For Colonel Halt, the former skeptic, the incident was a burden of integrity. His commitment to the truth, documented on his own microcassette recorder, forced him into a position of lifelong conflict with the military establishment he had once served so loyally. He continued to insist that the United States and the United Kingdom governments possessed far more information than they ever admitted publicly. His narrative became less about the craft itself and more about the failure of transparency, the cold, calculated decision to withhold a profound truth from the public. Picture him speaking, his tone not angry but firm, authoritative. He wasn't a man looking for fame or validation. He was a man fulfilling a lonely duty, forced to stand against the organized denial of two major world powers simply because he recorded what he saw. The greatest impact of the Halt tape was its relentless exposure of the cover-up itself. It showed that, when faced with the extraordinary, the immediate default position of powerful institutions is fear, control, and silence. Now consider Jim Penniston. For him, the legacy was far more physical and personal. He was the man who touched the seamless, triangular hull, the man who felt the raised hieroglyphic symbols. His life became a quiet exploration of that singular, intense moment of contact. He carried the indelible memory of the craft's perfect, silent geometry, and the deep, mysterious implication that this was not a visiting experiment, but perhaps a reconnaissance vehicle from an ancient, sophisticated source. His recurring memory of the binary code and the philosophical implications of the craft's presence, its apparent interest in the nuclear weapons stored nearby, suggested that the event was a purposeful intervention. It wasn't random. It was calculated, directed at the most destructive capability of humanity. This elevated the Rendlesham case from a simple UFO sighting to a profound, quiet warning. Penniston's slow, deliberate recollection of the event provided the spiritual and philosophical anchor for the entire mystery. The story's enduring power also lies in the small, physical details that survived the cleanup, the plaster casts of the 3 indentations. Imagine those casts, carefully preserved, passed down through the hands of researchers. They are not grand relics, but humble, quiet pieces of concrete and earth. Yet they represent the absolute triumph of physical proof over bureaucratic denial. They are the mute, unmoving witnesses that contradict every official explanation of a lighthouse or an animal burrow. The geometry of those casts, the precise depth and spacing, is a constant, tangible reminder that something solid, heavy, and non-terrestrial rested in the cold, damp soil of Rendlesham Forest. The forest itself, the setting for this drama, also carries a profound legacy. Today, you can walk the very paths taken by Halt and his men. The pine trees have grown taller. The specific clearing has slowly been overtaken by new undergrowth, but the atmosphere remains. It is an area forever marked by the unique scent of pine, earth, and unexplained history. The location itself has become a pilgrimage site for researchers and those seeking answers. The woods are still quiet, still prone to mist, and still feel immensely watchful, as if the silence of 1980 is merely held in reserve, waiting. The Rendlesham Forest Incident remains, therefore, the most heavily documented and physically verified peacetime military encounter with the unexplained. It is a dual story: the external mystery, the technological marvel of a silent, triangular craft capable of impossible speed and energy manipulation. The internal mystery, the profound, unnerving clarity of a government willing to deceive its own people and silence its own professional officers to maintain a fragile, constructed reality. In the end, the truth did not explode into the public eye. It simply seeped out slowly, persistently, like water finding a crack in cold stone. The legacy of Rendlesham is one of quiet, unwavering integrity from the witnesses, who demonstrated that even the most powerful governments cannot permanently suppress a genuine, profound experience. They taught us that when the world tells you to doubt your eyes, and your scientific instruments confirm what you saw, your final duty is to stand by the truth, no matter how unbelievable, in the quiet, reflective confidence of the facts. The final, soft realization for the listener is this: the forest returned to silence, the men returned to their duties, but the silent, three-pointed question raised by the craft remains hovering over our world, unanswered, profound, and permanently documented. Chapter 10. The quiet realization and the unseen horizon. We arrive now at the final reflection, the moment where the cold, sharp edges of the events of 1980 soften into the permanent shape of memory and historical consequence. The great drama of the Rendlesham Forest Incident, the lights, the silence, the halty tape, and the subsequent official denial, did not end with a definitive answer or a sudden revelation. It simply settled into the quiet reality of the unexplained. Imagine yourself looking back over the entire narrative. You have witnessed the two distinct nights of encounters. The first, the intimate physical contact experienced by Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, and Airman First Class John Burrows. A moment characterized by silence, geometry, and the strange, warm touch of an unknown hull. And the second, the command-level surveillance led by Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halt, a moment defined by the high-speed maneuvers, the dramatic energy beam, and the profound, recorded shock of a military officer encountering the impossible. The true legacy of Rendlesham, however, lies not in what the craft was, but in what the incident revealed about us. It showed, with chilling clarity, that humanity's most powerful institutions, the military, the government, the press, are structurally incapable of dealing with a truth that falls outside the defined parameters of their control. The official denial, the relentless insistence that it was merely a lighthouse, became a more fascinating study than the object itself. It was the moment that operational security triumphed over empirical truth. The government chose order and stability over the chaos of admitting what they did not understand. Think about the witnesses today. They are free to speak, yet they carry the quiet certainty of their experience. They are not seeking revenge or massive fame. They are simply seeking acknowledgement. Their struggle was not just against the phenomenon, but against the weight of disbelief and ridicule that followed. This dedication to their sworn truth, maintained across decades, is the story's final, quiet triumph. It reminds us that individual integrity, even when pitted against the machinery of the state, possesses an enduring, persistent power. The forest itself remains the profound anchor of the entire story. The pines of Rendlesham are still standing, their dark needles whispering softly in the damp Suffolk air. If you walked there today, you would not see the lingering glow or hear the mechanical click-click-click of the Geiger counter, for the residual radiation has long since dissipated back into the background energy of the planet. But the history is palpable. The area is forever marked by the scars in the soil, the memory of the 3 perfect indentations that proved something heavy and engineered had briefly visited our world. The forest is a place of profound memory, a quiet monument to a contact that was silent, brief, and utterly undeniable. The final, soft realization we are left with is the acceptance of the unknown. We do not have to have all the answers to appreciate the profound questions the event raised. Was the craft a silent warning against the proliferation of nuclear weapons, purposefully hovering over the arsenal? Was it a benign reconnaissance mission, curious about the most destructive element of human technology? Or was it something else entirely, a fleeting, almost accidental visit from a reality beyond our current scientific comprehension? We can let the answer remain suspended, silent, like the craft itself, floating in the dark gap between our current knowledge and the vastness of the universe. The true purpose of the Rendlesham Forest Incident is not to give us the name of the visitor, but to permanently broaden the horizons of our thought. It gently instructs us that the world is far more mysterious than we are often allowed to believe. The cold, quiet night of 1980 has passed. The lights are gone. The security clearances have expired. But the story remains, a profound, lingering whisper of the incredible truth documented on a small, ordinary microcassette tape, deep within the silent, watchful heart of the English pines. The forest now sleeps. The great mystery is quiet. And so, we too can rest, carrying the knowledge that the universe, in all its silent geometry, is waiting patiently for the day we look up and realize we are not alone. The Rendlesham Forest Incident, a local patrol's perspective. Chapter 1. The quiet routine of a Suffolk night. Imagine, if you will, the profound, almost tangible stillness of a winter night in rural Suffolk, England. It is the deep, sleepy hours of the 27th of December, 1980, but the events that began in the previous evening have already set a subtle, almost imperceptible tremor through the fabric of the ordinary. This is a story not of grand military maneuvers or dramatic alien encounters, but of the mundane, steadfast routine of a local police patrol, unknowingly drifting into the periphery of a world-altering event. Our focus is on Sergeant Alan Peniston, a man of the Suffolk Constabulary. Note the subtle difference in spelling from the American Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston. This is a completely different individual, embodying a different perspective. Alan Peniston is a man of his community, his rhythms tied to the quiet ebb and flow of village life. He knows the narrow, winding lanes, the silent, ancient hedgerows, and the distant, rhythmic pulse of the Orford Ness Lighthouse as intimately as he knows the back of his own hand. Picture him now, late in his shift. He is driving his patrol car, a sturdy, practical vehicle, along the quiet roads that skirt the massive, secretive compounds of RAF Woodbridge and RAF Bentwaters. The heater hums a low, comforting drone, fighting against the damp, penetrating cold that seems to seep through the very metal of the car. The smell inside is a familiar blend of stale coffee, official paperwork, and the faint, metallic scent of the police radio. His duties on such a night are usually predictable. A domestic dispute in a village 20 miles away, a minor traffic incident on a slick, dark road, perhaps a noise complaint from a particularly sensitive farmer. The excitement of Christmas has settled, leaving behind that particular quiet fatigue that comes with the end of the holiday season. The world, for Sergeant Peniston, is a measurable, understandable place, governed by laws and visible phenomena. The roads he patrols are dark, very dark, the kind of darkness where your headlights carve tunnels through an absolute black, revealing only the immediate stretch of tarmac before the night rushes back in to swallow it whole. The fields stretch out on either side, vast, flat, and currently dormant under a thin, crystalline layer of frost. The trees, particularly the dense plantations of Rendlesham Forest, stand like impenetrable, silent walls against the horizon, their upper reaches dissolving into the low, heavy cloud cover. It is precisely this lack of visible activity, this profound stillness, that defines Sergeant Peniston's world. He is a man of observation, but his observations are usually of the human element, the subtle signs of trouble, the quiet indicators of disruption to the peace. He is not looking for the inexplicable. He is not expecting the profound. He is merely expecting the normal, the predictable, the thoroughly terrestrial. The radio, which usually provides a low, steady stream of calls, has been quiet for a good while. The kind of quiet that sometimes unnerves, suggesting that something somewhere is about to break the peace. But for now, it is simply the natural rhythm of a quiet December night. His thoughts might wander to his warm home, to the leftover turkey, to the promise of a day off that is still tantalizingly out of reach. These are the mundane human thoughts that fill the spaces between official duties, the quiet comfort of routine. And then the radio crackles. It is not the voice of his dispatcher in Ipswich IP switch or a fellow constable. It is a voice, heavily laced with static, speaking in an unfamiliar American accent. The call is coming from RAF Woodbridge. We have a situation, the voice says, the words breaking up into bursts of white noise. Unusual lights in the forest. Possible downed aircraft. Requesting civilian assistance for perimeter. Sergeant Peniston leans forward, his hand instinctively reaching for the volume dial. He adjusts it, trying to pull the garbled words into focus. Lights in the forest. Downed aircraft. This is certainly unusual. Military crashes are rare, but they do happen. And a downed aircraft off base on civilian land automatically involves the local constabulary. His initial reaction is not alarm, but professional concern. A downed aircraft implies a search and rescue operation. It implies potential casualties, debris scattered across civilian property, possibly a fire. These are serious matters, but they are also understandable matters. They fit into the known categories of his police training. He acknowledges the call, his voice calm, practiced. Suffolk 10, receiving Woodbridge. En route to designated coordinates. Confirming nature of incident. The coordinates are given. They point not to a specific crash site, but to the general area of the east gate of RAF Woodbridge, just at the edge of the Rendlesham Forest. This is the same area where the American security personnel, including Burroughs and Peniston, had ventured just a few hours prior, at the beginning of the first, more dramatic phase of the incident. Sergeant Peniston steers his patrol car in the designated direction. The drive is short, perhaps 10 minutes, cutting through the utterly silent countryside. The heavy, dark mass of the Rendlesham Forest grows larger in his windshield, an impenetrable wall against the pale, low-hanging clouds. As he approaches the east gate, he sees the flashing blue lights of an American patrol vehicle. This is the official presence. This is the military confirming their call. It signals that this is not a mistake, not a misunderstanding. It is a genuine incident. He pulls his car up behind the U.S. Air Force vehicle, parking neatly on the gravel shoulder of the road. The engines cut out, leaving behind a sudden, absolute silence, broken only by the faint, rhythmic whirring of the cooling engines and the distant, almost ghostly sound of farm animals, perhaps a restless cow or a barking dog, off in the far-flung fields. He steps out of his car. The cold hits him immediately, a damp, biting chill that seeps through the fabric of his uniform. His breath plumes white in the beam of his flashlight as he walks toward the American servicemen. These are the men who have seen the initial phenomenon. They are likely exhausted, perhaps a little unnerved, their faces etched with the fatigue of a long, strange night. Their uniforms are a distinct contrast to his own British police attire, a subtle reminder of the foreign presence within this deeply English landscape. Sergeant Peniston, Suffolk Constabulary, he introduces himself, his voice calm and professional, extending a gloved hand. He is greeted by a U.S. Air Force security police officer who quickly explains the situation. "We had reports of unusual lights, Sergeant," the American says, his voice low, tinged with a weariness that suggests more than just a long shift. "Appeared to be descending into the forest off base. Our initial patrol went in, came out with some pretty strange reports." Peniston listens, his expression neutral. Strange reports. He asks, his internal thought process already leaning toward an explanation. A flare, a prank, young men late at night in a spooky forest. It's an old story in various forms. The American officer gestures vaguely toward the dark, impenetrable wall of the Rendlesham Forest. "Lights, sir. Maneuvering, we went in. Didn't find anything conclusive, just a lot of static on the radios." Peniston turns his gaze to the forest. He sweeps his own powerful flashlight beam across the first few rows of trees, cutting through the dense, still air. The beam illuminates only the rough, dark trunks of the pines, the tangled undergrowth, and the impenetrable blackness beyond. He does not see any lights, no glowing object, no sign of a crash, no smoke, no fire. The forest stands silent and still, as if holding its breath, revealing nothing out of the ordinary to his experienced, discerning eye. "So no crash then," Peniston states, his voice calm, almost reassuring. He is already forming his own hypothesis. If there's no visible evidence of a downed aircraft, then the initial report of unusual lights is the primary information. "Not that we could find, sir," the American confirms, perhaps with a subtle note of frustration. "But something was definitely out there. Moving." Peniston glances toward the east. The sky is still mostly dark, but a faint, almost imperceptible lightening of the horizon is beginning, a promise of the reluctant winter dawn. And in that distant, dark expanse, he can clearly make out the steady, rhythmic pulse of the Orford Ness Lighthouse. It is a familiar sight, a comforting, predictable beacon. He looks back at the American. "You're sure it wasn't the lighthouse?" he asks, his tone entirely professional but carrying an implicit suggestion. The lighthouse explanation is always the first, most logical port of call for any strange lights reported in this coastal region. It is the known, the understandable, the mundane. The American hesitates for a moment, perhaps recalling the distinct non-lighthouse-like behavior of the lights they had seen, the ones that had descended and maneuvered. But in the cold, clear light of an almost morning, with nothing immediately visible, the lighthouse explanation holds a powerful, comforting logic. "The reports were different, sir, but you're right, it aligns with the direction." Sergeant Peniston nods slowly. He is a pragmatic man, he is a man of evidence. And right now, the evidence before him is a dark, silent forest, a few tired-looking American servicemen, and the steady, rational blink of a distant lighthouse. His duty is to ascertain facts, not to chase phantoms. He steps closer to the edge of the forest, shining his powerful torch beam deep into the trees. He sees nothing but the natural, chaotic order of the woods, the fallen branches, the thick undergrowth, the impenetrable darkness that quickly swallows the light. His professional conclusion begins to form, solidifying in the quiet cold. It is likely a case of misidentification. Tired airmen, perhaps a little shaken by some unusual atmospheric conditions, or perhaps even a flare from a distant fishing boat, magnified and distorted by the low, winter fog. The lighthouse is the easiest, most sensible explanation to offer. "All right," he states, his voice calm and decisive. "I'll make a note in our log. No visible crash. No danger to the public. Looks like a case of unidentified atmospheric phenomena likely associated with the lighthouse. We'll leave the area secure for your personnel, of course. He does not stay long. His patrol requires him elsewhere. His duty to the general public, to the peace of Suffolk, does not demand that he spend the waning hours of a cold night chasing after lights that no longer exist. He has confirmed that there is no immediate threat, no tangible incident that requires further local police resources. He nods to the American servicemen, a polite, professional gesture. He turns, gets back into his patrol car, and drives away, leaving the flashing blue lights of the U.S. Air Force vehicle behind him. The cold, silent forest returns to its vigil, holding its secrets close. Sergeant Peniston drives back out onto the quiet, dark roads, the warmth of his car slowly returning, the drone of the engine a comforting, familiar sound. He radios back to his dispatcher, giving a concise, clear report. Suffolk 10, incident at Woodbridge East Gate resolved. No visible crash. Lights believed to be the Orford Ness Lighthouse. Returning to normal patrol. He records his notes in his logbook, a mundane entry in a night filled with countless other mundane entries. He is a man of logic, of reason, of the understandable world. He has seen nothing that contradicts his worldview, nothing that would shatter the careful order of his duties. But for the American airmen, standing there in the cold, their eyes fixed on the now silent, dark forest, the memory of the three-pointed craft and the profound silence of its departure lingered. The local police had come, seen nothing out of the ordinary through their lens of routine, and left, completely unaware that they had just brushed past the edge of one of the most significant unexplained events in modern history. The two worlds, military and civilian, had briefly intersected, but their interpretations of reality had been miles apart, setting the stage for decades of misunderstanding and official dismissal. Chapter 2. The indifferent scars and the rabbit hole theory. The cold, uncompromising light of the mid-morning sun rarely possesses the dramatic flair of a midnight encounter, but it carries a harsh, sobering quality that forces confrontation with reality. It is the morning of the 27th of December, 1980. The air over Suffolk is damp and heavy, carrying the scent of wet pine and freezing earth. Imagine the mood back at the RAF Woodbridge base. For the American personnel involved, those who had seen the object, touched the hull, or measured the residual energy, the night had been spent in weary debriefing and the slow, professional shock of facing an inexplicable truth. But for the local authorities, the night had passed into the realm of routine police log entries, neatly categorized as a resolved incident involving atmospheric misidentification. Sergeant Alan Peniston, having logged his report of the likely lighthouse activity, was back on his daytime duties, dealing with the predictable, entirely understandable issues of human life, a far cry from maneuvering lights and silent geometry. However, the military's investigation into the incident, which had begun in earnest with the rising sun, soon required the police's attention once more. The physical evidence found by the American security team in the forest clearing was too compelling to ignore, even if the Americans wished to suppress the meaning of that evidence. Since the indentations were found on civilian land, outside the immediate perimeter fence, the local Suffolk constabulary, had to be informed of the discovery. Picture the small, official team that gathered again near the east gate of Woodbridge. It is not a scene of high drama, but of professional duty. A few military personnel, perhaps one of the American officers tasked with liaising with the locals, and Police Constable A.G. Simmons, a younger, more junior officer than Peniston, who was dispatched from the local station. Simmons was a man of the region, accustomed to the landscape, used to the prosaic explanations for country mysteries. His mind, like Peniston's, was built on pragmatism and the inherent logic of rural life. When he arrived, the American officers explained that they had located some unusual marks in the soil where the strange lights had been sighted hours earlier. The walk into the Rendlesham Forest was slow and tedious. The police constable followed the American military personnel, their boots crunching on the pine needles, the damp air making the experience a chilly, uncomfortable trudge. They left the neat gravel road and entered the dense plantation, the uniform rows of pine trees closing in around them, muffling the sounds of the distant highway. When they reached the small clearing, the scene was utterly silent and still. There was no trace of the dazzling lights, no lingering smell of ozone, no electrical charge in the air. In the flat, objective light of day, the clearing looked like any other section of the woods, messy, natural, and unremarkable. The American officer directed Simmons's attention to the ground. There were the marks. Imagine Constable Simmons kneeling down, perhaps pulling off a glove to feel the cold, damp earth. He sees the 3 indentations, arranged in that perfect, deliberate triangular pattern. Each mark is clearly visible, pressed down into the soil, measuring roughly 7 inches across and perhaps 1.5 inches deep. The site is, without a doubt, unusual. It is not common to find such geometrically precise marks in a random forest clearing. The American liaison officer, speaking with quiet, professional anxiety, would have explained the context. The maneuvering lights, the intense silence, the reports of residual radiation which they had already begun to measure with their sensitive equipment. He would have pointed to the scorched bark on the nearby trees, describing them as heat marks. For the military, these marks were the triumphant, terrifying physical confirmation of the impossible. They proved the witnesses were telling the truth. But for Constable Simmons, the reaction was entirely different, entirely grounded in his experience of the natural world. He was looking for an explanation, not an anomaly. He observed the depth and the texture of the impressions. He noted the size, roughly the same as a small spade or a heavy post hole. He saw the disturbed earth around the indentations. His mind immediately searched for the simplest, most mundane, most logical explanation that would require no extraordinary belief, and his eyes settled on the common inhabitants of the Suffolk countryside. He might have said something along the lines of, "These are quite small, aren't they? Look at the way the earth is pushed up at the sides." His conclusion, which would later be recorded in the official police log and become infamous, was that the marks were likely caused by animals. Specifically, he suggested they looked like marks made by a rabbit, a deer, or perhaps a badger scratching and digging at the frozen ground. Picture the visual contradiction. The American officer, holding a complex humming Geiger counter that is clicking at an accelerated rate over the soil, indicating the presence of a short-lived, high-energy source. And Constable Simmons, pointing to the marks and suggesting they were simply the result of a burrowing creature. The gulf between these two perspectives is immense. The military saw evidence of an advanced energy source and alien technology. The local police officer saw evidence of wildlife activity in the forest. The military was operating from a premise of security vulnerability. Something had intruded. Constable Simmons was operating from a premise of tranquility. The forest is full of creatures doing what creatures do. His job was to confirm if there was danger to the public, and nothing he saw suggested anything other than a very intense, very unusual amount of American military interest in a few minor indentations in the dirt. Simmons's pragmatic approach was the final, crucial component in allowing the official cover-up to take hold. His casual dismissal provided the perfect alibi. The police report filed later that day noted only that there were 3 shallow indentations in the ground. It concluded that there was no evidence of a crash or any other incident requiring police involvement, and that the marks were not inconsistent with natural causes. This official, civilian statement, no evidence, consistent with natural causes, became the foundation upon which the entire official explanation was built. It allowed the higher command to look at the undeniable classified evidence, the radiation, the halt tape, internally, while publicly pointing to the objective, unexcited report from the local police as proof that the entire event was mundane. The local police, in their duty to remain grounded in observable fact and to avoid unnecessary alarm, inadvertently became the official shield for one of the greatest military secrets of the Cold War. They did not lie. They simply applied their own context to the evidence. To them, in the cold, clear light of morning, the event was a non-story. Constable Simmons then left the clearing, leaving the Americans to their complex work of making plaster casts of the rabbit scrapes and taking further measurements of the elevated radiation levels. He returned to his patrol, his logbook containing only a brief note about assisting the U.S. military with a minor inquiry that turned out to be nothing. He was, like Sergeant Peniston before him, a man completely satisfied that he had done his duty and confirmed the truth. The forest was quiet, and the world was still, fundamentally, ordinary. The great mystery had been visited by the local authorities, and they had seen nothing but dirt, trees, and the misplaced anxiety of foreign troops. Chapter 3. The distant dance and the pragmatic doubt. The rhythm of life in Suffolk is an ancient, steady beat, often oblivious to the sudden, jarring interventions of modern anxiety. This sense of quiet permanence was especially true for the Suffolk constabulary in the days following the initial incident. For them, the matter was closed. A misidentified light, some curious marks, and nothing requiring further civilian attention. The log entries were filed, the matter discharged. It is now the very deep, late hour of the 28th of December, 1980, drifting slowly toward the 29th. The weather remains bitterly cold, the kind of stillness that causes the breath to sting. Sergeant Alan Peniston is once again on patrol, navigating the cold, narrow lanes that hug the perimeter of the RAF Woodbridge and RAF Bentwaters complex. His mind is focused on routine details, checking locks on quiet village shops, ensuring the roads remain safe despite the risk of ice, and listening to the steady, predictable murmur of the police radio. He trusts the quiet. He trusts the known. But tonight, the silence is broken with a different kind of urgency than the call 2 nights prior. Around 3:30 in the morning, the police radio, which is tuned into the local air traffic control frequency as well as the police net, begins to pick up fractured, highly agitated traffic from the military base. The voice is American, clearly strained, and carries an authority that is instantly recognizable as high command. It is the voice of Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halty, though Peniston would not know the name. The frantic energy of the American voices contrasts violently with the calm professionalism of the British police dispatcher. The calls speak of lights returning, of objects maneuvering, of the entire security team being deployed into the forest. Imagine the sound of the radio in the quiet patrol car, static crackling like dry leaves, overlaid with sharp, urgent phrases. It's back, coming this way, we're going in. The intensity of the communication is undeniable. It is a true emergency, but one of a completely unknown nature. Sergeant Peniston, or perhaps another officer like Constable Simmons, would have been dispatched. The instructions were concise. Investigate the renewed activity near the east gate of Woodbridge and ascertain if there was any danger to the general public. This time, the police response was tempered by skepticism, rooted firmly in the memory of the rabbit scrapes and the prior dismissal. Here we go again, the internal thought process might have run. Another late-night panic from the Americans. The patrol car drives quickly, but without frantic urgency, toward the base. The police officer expects to find a military exercise, a low-flying helicopter, or perhaps a flare demonstration gone wrong. The pragmatic mind seeks the easiest, most terrestrial explanation for the chaos. When the police arrive at the designated perimeter area, they see signs of undeniable activity. Military vehicles are parked haphazardly. Personnel, bundled in heavy winter gear, are moving with purpose, their flashlights casting frantic, isolated beams of light into the deep, dark void of the Rendlesham Forest. The air is charged with tension, a tangible feeling of focus and alarm. The American security officers are clearly too preoccupied this time to engage in a formal, leisurely explanation. The police are kept back, politely but firmly restricted to the main access road, near the perimeter fence. They are informed that a high-ranking officer, Colonel Halt, has gone into the woods with a team to investigate the repeated appearance of the unidentified phenomenon. The local police officer, perhaps observing the intense focus of the American guards, decides his best course of action is to observe and document from a safe, quiet distance. He parks his patrol car, kills the engine, and steps out into the profound, biting cold, pulling his uniform collar high against the night. He looks up, and what he sees, high above the silent, dark mass of the trees, utterly defies the previous night's simple lighthouse theory. The lights are distant, far to the east, seemingly hovering over the open field beyond the forest, moving in a way that is utterly foreign to common flight. They are small dots of intense, pure light, reds, greens, and whites, shifting their position with impossible velocity, stopping instantaneously, and then accelerating away without sound or trajectory arc. They are high in the sky, well above the level of the forest canopy, performing a silent, complex dance against the canvas of the cold, clear stars. Imagine the police officer's internal conflict. He is a man of logic. This is clearly not the rhythmic, yellow-white sweep of the Orford Ness lighthouse. That beacon is familiar, comforting, and utterly predictable. These new lights are intelligent, they are performing. The police officer's pragmatic mind immediately begins the process of re-rationalization. First thought, it's a helicopter, but where is the engine noise? Where is the deep whoop-whoop-whoop of the rotors? This movement is silent. Second thought, it's a highly advanced military drone. This is the best terrestrial explanation. The Americans are clearly conducting a secret exercise, possibly testing sophisticated surveillance technology, and they are doing so in an area directly adjacent to a base containing nuclear assets. This explains the urgency, the secrecy, and the unusual maneuvering. The lights are not alien, they are classified. This is the subtle, crucial shift in the local police's interpretation. They move from it's a lighthouse to it's a top-secret U.S. military test. The latter explanation is still rational, still contained within human experience, and still allows the police officer to maintain his professional distance and skepticism about the truly extraordinary. It simply becomes a matter of military secrecy, not a breach of reality. As the officer watched, the silent event reached its documented climax. One of the lights, hanging high above the trees, suddenly projected a thin, brilliant beam down toward the ground. Halt's tape would later record this event in shocked detail, documenting how the beam hit the ground nearby. But from the police officer's distant vantage point, the beam of light appears sharp, sudden, and completely silent. It is a visual cue of enormous energy, deployed instantly and withdrawn immediately. The officer interprets this as part of the testing, a laser tracking system, perhaps a sophisticated altimeter or targeting device being deployed by the secret military drone. The sight is unnerving, certainly, but still fits neatly into the mental category of dangerous, classified U.S. military activity. The event concludes exactly as it had begun, with sudden, absolute silence. The lights perform a final, breathtaking burst of speed, streak across the sky, and vanish into the black horizon, leaving behind a cold, deep, echoing silence. The police officer waits for a few minutes, watching the American personnel emerge slowly from the forest, their figures silhouetted against the dark tree line. They appear exhausted, stunned, their previous focus replaced by a profound, quiet disbelief. The officer then gets back into his patrol car. He records his notes in his logbook, a concise, professional entry. Observed unidentified lights maneuvering at altitude east of Woodbridge. Movement consistent with advanced, silent military aircraft or drone technology. No danger to the public. Activity likely classified exercise. He has seen nothing that demands he overturn his worldview, nothing that forces him to link the high, silent lights to the low, physical rabbit holes he dismissed the morning before. The two pieces of evidence remain disconnected in his mind, ensuring that the local police will continue to serve as the government's strongest external proof that the entire event was, fundamentally, just a case of misunderstood technology. He drives away from the base, leaving the exhausted U.S. command to deal with the terrifying truth they had just captured on a microcassette recorder. For the Suffolk Constabulary, the chaos was over, logged away as a curious, yet wholly terrestrial piece of American military secrecy. Chapter 4. The cold integration and the paper wall. The true power of official denial is not found in dramatic confrontations, but in the quiet, systematic process of paperwork. It is in the way a simple note in a logbook, made by an ordinary, professional man, is used to build an impenetrable wall against an extraordinary truth. Imagine the dawn of the 29th of December, 1980. The sun rises over Suffolk, casting a pale, cold light upon the world, but within the secure offices of RAF Bentwaters and far away in London within the Ministry of Defense, MOD. The real work is beginning. This work is not the pursuit of the silent, vanishing lights, but the meticulous, calculated process of information control. Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halty, had returned with his evidence, the Halt tape, and the senior command was now gripped by a profound internal crisis. They possessed undeniable proof of an intelligent, unknown intrusion over a strategic site, but they could not, under any circumstances, admit this truth publicly. The immediate military imperative was to create a plausible, terrestrial alibi for the entire sequence of events. This is where the quiet logs and brief reports filed by the Suffolk Constabulary became invaluable, a perfect accidental shield against the truth. Picture the military liaison officers now. They are reviewing the documentation. They have the internal testimony of the airmen, the classified radiation readings, and Halt's shocking, first-hand audio recording. But then they have the external reports, the notes made by honest, non-affiliated civilian police officers like Sergeant Alan Peniston, and Constable A.G. Simmons. Let's examine the content of the civilian police logs. They contain two crucial, separate points of denial. The first night, the dismissal of light. Sergeant Peniston's report stated that the initial sighting of lights could be likely associated with the Orford Ness Lighthouse. This gives the military the perfect, ready-made, simple explanation for the unidentified aerial phenomenon. The morning after the dismissal of evidence, Constable Simmons's report stated that the three physical indentations were not inconsistent with natural causes, suggesting animal activity or forestry work. This gives the military the perfect, ready-made, simple explanation for the physical proof found on the ground. The police officers, acting in total professional good faith and applying ordinary rural logic, had unintentionally provided the two pillars necessary for a total, systemic cover-up. They had categorized the most extraordinary event in modern British history as two separate, mundane non-incidents. The High Command did not need to lie extensively. They only needed to selectively quote and overemphasize the neutral, professional skepticism of the local police. Imagine the drafting of the public statements and the internal, sanitized memos. Every time a journalist or a member of Parliament asked about the UFO incident, the military and the Ministry of Defense could point directly to the police records. The local authorities, the Suffolk Constabulary, were called to the scene. They found the lights to be consistent with the well-known Orford Ness Lighthouse. They found the marks in the ground to be consistent with animal activity. The matter has been resolved and has no defense significance. This became the mantra. The police, the very body tasked with upholding the law and verifying facts in the local community, were now, completely without their knowledge or malicious intent, the primary external instrument of deception. They were the unexcited, trustworthy voice that assured the public that everything was, quite simply, ordinary. The local police, for their part, felt a sense of relief that the strange episode was finally closed. They had dealt with the American military's late-night paranoia and returned to their focus on domestic tranquility. They had no idea that their brief, simple notes would be classified, studied, and weaponized at the highest levels of international defense for decades to come. The bureaucratic aftermath was long and quiet. The MOD collected the relevant paperwork, filed it under layers of secrecy, and issued the terse, final statement that silenced all further discussion. The official version of events became the paper wall, an unassailable, documented reality built entirely on the foundation of civilian denial. This quiet integration of the police reports is the key to understanding the duration of the cover-up. Had the local police officer arrived, seen the lights maneuvering silently at low altitude, and reported, "This is not the lighthouse. This is unexplained," the official denial would have been far more difficult to sustain. But because the police reports provided a complete, if accidental, terrestrial explanation for every single aspect of the phenomenon, the light and the landing marks, the cover-up was perfected on the very morning after the sighting. The Suffolk Constabulary remained oblivious to their historical role, continuing their slow, honest patrols of the quiet country roads, enforcing the peace in a world that, thanks in part to their own reports, was officially certified as being entirely mundane and entirely free from silent, triangular visitors. The great secret was safe, hidden not behind armed guards, but behind the most common, most trusted official document of all, the local police log. The profound coldness of the truth lay in the fact that two separate worlds, the military sphere of high-tech security and the civilian sphere of local policing, had intersected, and the simpler, more grounded interpretation had been forcefully used to bury the more complex, terrifying reality. Chapter 5. The quiet certainty and the persistence of the unseen. We arrive now at the final reflection on the role of the local police in the great drama of the Rendlesham Forest Incident. The years passed slowly over Suffolk, the massive, secretive compounds of RAF Bentwaters and RAF Woodbridge eventually being returned to civilian use. But the memory of the three cold, strange nights in December 1980 remained, a subtle, persistent current running beneath the surface of the local history. Imagine the perspective of Sergeant Alan Peniston, or Constable A.G. Simmons in the decades that followed. They continued their duty, moving through their careers, witnessing the predictable, understandable troubles of their community. For them, the memory of the American lights slowly receded into the category of that time the Americans panicked, a peculiar, mildly amusing anecdote about overzealous foreign security forces. They had gone into the cold, silent forest and seen nothing that warranted alarm. They had checked the ground and offered a logical, terrestrial explanation. Their duty in their eyes was flawlessly executed. They maintained the peace. However, as the years progressed, the meticulously constructed wall of denial began to crumble. The slow, persistent work of researchers, the increasing pressure of Freedom of Information Acts, and the eventual courageous testimony of the U.S. military witnesses, particularly the release of the Halty tape, forced the truth out of the shadows. Picture the police officers, now retired or nearing retirement, reading the local newspaper or watching a late-night documentary decades later. They see the headline about the Ministry of Defense, MOD, admitting that the U.S. command did report landing marks and radiation. They hear the shaky, professional voice of Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halty, recording the silent maneuvering and the energy beam. This is the moment where the quiet, absolute certainty of their professional assessment begins to fray. The two facts they provided, the lighthouse and the rabbit scrapes, were correct according to their immediate, common-sense observation, but they were devastatingly wrong in their ultimate conclusion. The officers realize, with a quiet, profound shock, that the military exercise they had dismissed, the unusual lights they had attributed to the coast, was the single most significant and highly guarded secret of the Cold War era. They were not just watching a false alarm. They were standing at the edge of history. Think about the psychological impact of this slow, dawning realization. It's not a sudden, violent shock. It is a creeping, unsettling awareness that the predictable, orderly world you dedicated your life to upholding was, for a few hours, completely breached by the unknown. And worse, that their own honest, pragmatic reports were used to perpetuate a systemic deception. Their internal conflict would have been immense, a quiet, low-stakes confrontation between professional pride and the overwhelming weight of the evidence they had helped suppress. They had acted with integrity, but that very integrity had been corrupted by the needs of the military machine. The ultimate legacy of the police involvement lies in the quiet contrast it provided. It highlighted the vast, unbridgeable gulf between the high-tech, high-security world of strategic defense and the grounded, human scale of local law enforcement. The police, with their focus on the visible and the local, simply could not process an event that was invisible, the radiation and universal, the craft. This narrative, then, ends not with a dramatic chase or a sudden discovery, but with quiet contemplation. The police officers, in the twilight of their careers, carry the knowledge that they were part of a profoundly important moment, a moment where the strange reality of the universe intersected with the comfortable routine of a Suffolk night. They are the quiet, unassuming heroes of the story, not because they engaged the craft, but because their unexcited, ordinary reports expose the extraordinary measures taken to hide the truth. The Rendlesham Forest today is quiet. The police cars still patrol the lanes. The distant beacon of the lighthouse still sweeps its familiar, calming light across the fields, and the world goes on, officially mundane. But for the men who briefly stood guard over the evidence, the memory of the cold, silent forest and the realization of what they missed remains. A final, peaceful acknowledgement that sometimes the most profound truths are hidden not in complex science, but in the simple, quiet pages of a police logbook. And so, we leave the quiet countryside, carrying the understanding that even in the most routine of nights, the unseen horizon holds possibilities that defy the most meticulous documentation. The quiet peace returns. The Rendlesham Forest Incident. The Watchful Farmhouse Chapter 1. The quiet hearth and the unsettled beasts. Imagine, if you will, a small, sturdy farmhouse nestled deep in the Suffolk countryside, positioned just a few quiet fields away from the dense, silent perimeter of the RAF Woodbridge base. This is the home of the Green family, not their real name, but a placeholder for the quiet, enduring spirit of the local community that bore witness to the edges of the mystery. It is the early evening of the 26th of December, 1980. The sharp, cold air of the English winter has already settled, carrying the damp scent of frozen earth and distant sea salt. Inside the farmhouse, the atmosphere is one of profound, post-holiday domestic peace. The house smells faintly of wood smoke from the hearth, residual Christmas baking, and the deep, comfortable scent of old books and wool blankets. Our focus is on Mrs. Eleanor Green, a woman whose life is inextricably linked to the land and the predictable rhythms of animal husbandry. She is not a person prone to flights of fancy. Her reality is defined by the tangible, the health of her livestock, the turning of the seasons, the reliability of the morning milk. Picture her sitting in her armchair now, perhaps knitting or reading a thick, comforting volume. The radio is playing softly, a gentle melody that serves as a subtle counterpoint to the deep, pervasive silence of the countryside. Through the thick glass of the farmhouse window, she can see only the absolute darkness of the fields, punctuated by the occasional, familiar sweep of the Orford Ness lighthouse, a beacon so constant it is less a sight and more a feature of the atmosphere. The Green farmhouse is far enough from the American base to avoid the constant noise of jets and military traffic, but close enough to know that the foreign military is always there, a large, silent presence just beyond the line of the Rendlesham pines. They are a part of the landscape, like the ancient oak trees or the winding country lanes. Life on a farm means understanding the subtle language of animals. You learn to interpret the precise difference between a cow's hungry low, a chicken's startled squawk, and the deep, guttural sounds of distress or fear. This sensitivity to the unseen environment is far keener than any official radio communication. As the hour moved toward midnight, the quiet began to break, not with a sudden sound, but with a subtle, unnerving shift in the air itself. It was a change in the silence. Eleanor paused her knitting, tilting her head slightly. The sound from the radio seemed thin, almost muffled. She had the distinct internal feeling that the atmosphere had become heavy, like the air before a severe thunderstorm, yet there were no visible clouds or signs of electrical activity. The initial disturbance came from the kennel. The family's sheepdog, usually a calm, stoic creature named Barney, began to whine, a low, miserable sound that quickly escalated into a frantic, high-pitched barking. It was not the challenge bark of an intruder, but a deep, primal sound of fear and confusion. Alina rose slowly from her chair. She walked to the back door, listening. The dog's distress was immediate and urgent, completely unlike his usual demeanor. Then the disturbance spread to the barn. Imagine the sounds now. From the distance of the stone barn, the livestock began to stir. The cattle, heavy and placid, began to low, but it was a sustained, mournful bellowing, repeated and amplified by the stone walls. It wasn't a call for food or comfort. It was a noise of profound unease. The horses, normally locked in quiet sleep, began to kick against the wood of their stalls, a rhythmic, frantic percussion that echoed across the yard. Alina stepped out onto the cold stone of the porch. The air was still, utterly lacking in wind, but the chaotic sound coming from the barn was growing. It was a symphony of animal terror, unprovoked and nonsensical. She peered out across the dark fields, toward the line of pine trees that marked the edge of the Rendlesham Forest and the military base. Everything looked normal. The trees were black and still. The air was cold and clean. There was nothing visible to account for the utter panic of the animals. She instinctively knew this was not the disturbance of a common predator, a fox or a stray dog. A predator causes focused, momentary alarm. This was a sustained, systemic breakdown of animal composure. It suggested that something in the very atmosphere, something vibrational or energetic, was terrifying her stock. Alina grabbed a heavy coat and a powerful torch and started walking quickly toward the barn, her boots crunching sharply on the frozen gravel. Inside the large, shadowy space, the chaos was absolute. The air was thick with the scent of frightened animals. The cows were backed into their stalls, eyes wide and rolling white in the shadows, their powerful bodies trembling. The horses were sweating, their necks arched, trying frantically to find an escape route from the invisible threat. Alina walked slowly, speaking in a low, soothing voice, trying to impose her calm while onto the terrified beasts. But her voice seemed to have no effect. Their fear was directed elsewhere, focused on some pressure or sensation that she, with her limited human senses, could not perceive. It was a feeling of electromagnetic tension, an invisible wave of profound disruption that the animals were exquisitely sensitive to. This was the detail that the American security airmen would later mention in the official reports, the livestock going into a frenzy. It suggests that the object, even before its landing, was projecting a silent, energetic field that was intensely disruptive to biological life. Alina stood in the center of the barn, her torch beam sweeping across the terrified faces of the animals. She could not soothe them. She could not calm them. All she could do was stand witness to their inexplicable collective breakdown. She stayed in the barn for a long time, perhaps 20 minutes, until the chaos slowly, gradually began to subside. It was not a sudden end, but a slow, weary recession of the energy. The lowing became softer, the horses stopped kicking, and finally there was only the sound of heavy, uneven breathing. When she finally left the barn, the cold silence of the night had returned, but it was a different silence, a silence that felt strained, watchful, and profoundly unsettling. The dog, Barney, had stopped barking and was whining softly in his sleep. Alina stood on the porch, looking once more toward the dark line of the Rendlesham pines. She had seen nothing, heard nothing conclusive, but she had felt the profound, chilling effect of an event that was entirely outside the known logic of the farm. She went back inside, poured herself a cup of tea, and waited for the slow, predictable light of morning, knowing that the tranquility of the farm had been breached by an unseen, silent force. The known world, for just a brief, intense period, had been profoundly shaken. Chapter 2. The distant glow and the sleepy doubt. The rural nights of Suffolk possess a particular brand of stillness, a deep, pervasive quiet that allows the mind to wander and the distant sounds of the world to carry. It is the waning hours of the 26th of December, 1980, stretching into the very earliest moments of the 27th. While Eleanor Green wrestled with the inexplicable terror of her livestock, other residents in the quiet villages surrounding RAF Woodbridge and RAF Bentwaters were experiencing their own, more subtle brushes with the unusual. Imagine yourself in one of these small, ancient villages, perhaps Capel St. Andrew Pool St. Andrew, or Rendlesham itself. The houses are old, built of local brick and timber, settled deep into the landscape. The people are often generations, deep in the area, their lives marked by the rhythms of farming and the enduring presence of the forest and the coast. Their minds are practical, grounded, and inherently skeptical of anything that smacks of the fanciful. Our focus is not on a single individual, but on the collective, fragmented memory of several such villagers. These are the people who, perhaps glancing out a window before turning in for the night, or roused momentarily by a restless pet, caught a fleeting glimpse of something that defied immediate explanation. Their sightings were not precise, military observations. They were the casual, often sleepy glances of ordinary people. One such person might have been Mr. Thomas Finch, a retired fisherman who lived in a small cottage just a few miles inland from the coast. His life was spent studying the sky and the sea, understanding weather patterns and the precise behavior of distant lights. He knew the Orford Ness Lighthouse, intimately. Its rhythmic flash, its distinct yellow-white glow, its predictable sweep. It was a familiar, comforting presence. Picture Thomas in his cozy living room, perhaps watching the late-night news or simply staring into the embers of his fireplace. He might have decided to take one last look at the weather, stepping onto his porch, pulling his heavy cardigan tight against the cold. He looks toward the east, out over the flat expanse of marshland and fields, toward the distant line where the sky meets the sea. He expects to see the lighthouse, and initially he does. Its steady, familiar beam cuts through the misty air. But then, just slightly to the north of its regular position, and much lower than any conventional aircraft should be, he catches sight of something else. A light. Not a steady light, but a pulsing, colorful glow. It is not the piercing white of an aircraft landing light, nor the soft red or green of navigation lights. This light seems to shift its hue, an ethereal dance of reds and blues and whites, far too vibrant for a distant object. It hovers almost motionless for a moment, then darts sideways with a speed that makes his old eyes squint in disbelief. Thomas blinks, rubs his eyes, and looks again. Must be a trick of the mist, he thinks. Or perhaps a new kind of flare from a fishing trawler testing something. His mind, conditioned by decades of practical observation, immediately seeks a rational explanation. He knows the difference between a star and a plane. This is neither, but it must be something he knows. The light moves again, a fluid, unnatural motion, then seems to descend, disappearing momentarily behind the low, dark line of trees that mark the edge of the Rendlesham Forest. A moment later, it rises again, a silent, colorful beacon against the ink-black canvas of the night sky, before again performing an impossible, swift maneuver. Thomas watches for perhaps 3 or 4 minutes, his initial sleepy calm replaced by a quiet, persistent bewilderment. He is not frightened, not yet. He is simply confused. He has seen many strange things over the years out at sea, but nothing quite like this. It is the silence that is the most unsettling element. No engine hum, no distant roar, just the deep, pervasive stillness of the Suffolk night, broken only by the light's impossible dance. Eventually, the light simply fades or moves too far to the north, swallowed by the vast, unyielding darkness. Thomas stands for a moment longer, shivering in the cold, then shrugs, a gesture of resignation. Must have been some sort of special effect from the base, he tells himself. Those Americans are always doing something secret. He goes back inside, locks his door, and climbs into his warm bed, the image of the silent, dancing light slowly dissolving into the realm of vague, half-remembered dreams. His observation is a fleeting anomaly, a momentary break in the pattern of a predictable life. It is not reported to the authorities. It is simply noted, filed away in the mental archives of a man who has seen many things, but few that truly defied his understanding of the world. Similarly, consider Mrs. Janet Harper, a young mother living in a small bungalow on the outskirts of one of the villages. She might have been woken by the sound of her own restless dog, perhaps a smaller, more sensitive breed, whining softly in the kitchen, a faint echo of the terror experienced by Eleanor Green's livestock. Janet gets up to check on the dog, perhaps to let it out for a moment. As she opens the back door, she glances up, her attention drawn by a strange, pulsating glow above the Rendlesham Forest to the west. It is high, higher than the trees but lower than the stars. It is not moving like a normal aircraft, no blinking navigation lights, no steady progress. This light seems to hover, a silent, almost ethereal presence, changing color from a deep, intense red to a cooler blue, then to a brilliant white. It is not the kind of light one typically sees over the sleepy Suffolk countryside. Her first thought, like many in the area, is of the military base. Another exercise, she concludes. Those Americans are always flying their odd planes at night. She watches it for a brief moment, perhaps feeling a slight irritation at the disruption of her quiet night. The light does not frighten her. It simply intrigues and mildly annoys her, a momentary blip in the predictable pattern of sleep and morning routines. She closes the door, checks on her dog, and goes back to bed. The image of the silent, shifting light is quickly filed away under unusual but probably military in her mind. These are the quiet, unverified sightings that make up the periphery of the Rendlesham story. They are not dramatic confrontations, but brief, personal observations made in the deep, sleepy hours of the night. They illustrate a crucial point, that the unexplained often enters our lives not with a grand announcement, but with a quiet, momentary disruption that our rational minds quickly attempt to normalize. The local residents, like Thomas Finch and Janet Harper, observed the lights with a mixture of mild curiosity and a quick, almost automatic urge to find a sensible, earthly explanation. They lacked the military training, the direct proximity, and the later, undeniable physical evidence that would force the U.S. Air Force personnel to confront the truly anomalous. For them, it was just another strange sight in the night, a momentary break in the quiet rhythm of Suffolk life, quickly absorbed back into the comforting fabric of the ordinary. The quiet of the countryside returned, the lights vanished, and the villagers settled back into their sleep, unaware that their fleeting glimpses of the unknown had just become threads in a much larger tapestry of military secret and global mystery. Chapter 3. The exhausted livestock and the visible truth. The morning of the 27th of December, 1980, arrived with the usual cold, gray indifference of a Suffolk winter day. The sun, reluctant and hazy, struggled to burn through the low-hanging dampness, casting a flat, objective light over the fields and the ancient villages. For the residents surrounding RAF Woodbridge and RAF Bentwaters, The return of daylight often served as a comforting antidote to the strange fears and fleeting anxieties of the night. But this morning, the daylight revealed something that only deepened the quiet unease: unusual activity along the edge of the Rendlesham Forest. Imagine Eleanor Green, as she undertakes her morning chores at the farmhouse. The previous night's profound panic of her livestock was not a dream. As she entered the barn, the heavy, metallic scent of anxiety and exhaustion still hung in the air. She noticed the subtle, lingering effects on her animals. The cattle were standing silent, huddled together, moving with a noticeable slowness, their eyes dulled with fatigue. One of the horses had minor scrapes on its legs, evidence of its desperate kicking against the stall walls. The animals were subdued, as if recovering from a massive, non-physical trauma. Eleanor checked her dog, Barney. The sheepdog, usually eager and energetic, lay quietly by the door, refusing to venture out into the yard. When she attempted to lead him toward the open fields that bordered the Rendlesham Pines, the area where the U.S. airmen had sighted the craft hours earlier, Barney resisted with an absolute physical reluctance. He whined, flattened his ears, and backed away, showing an intense, focused fear of the specific direction of the forest. For Eleanor, a woman who understood the honesty of animals, this was the ultimate, irrefutable proof. Her animals had not been disturbed by a fox or a traffic noise. They had reacted violently to an invisible force, a silent, energetic wave that had terrorized them for a sustained period. This internal, animal truth was far more powerful than any official report could ever be. Meanwhile, out on the quiet country lanes, the most tangible evidence of the previous night's event was now visible to the local community. The Americans were looking for something. Local residents driving to the nearest market or church would have noticed the dramatic shift in military presence. Where usually there were only occasional, discreet patrols, today there were U.S. military trucks parked at unusual angles along the forest perimeter. Uniformed personnel, some carrying equipment that looked more technical than tactical, were observed walking slowly along the fence line, their faces serious, their attention focused entirely on the Rendleshamites. Picture Thomas Finch, the retired fisherman who had seen the silent, shifting lights the night before. He is out driving to the village store. As he passes the east gate of Woodbridge, he sees the activity. He sees the focused intensity. This is not a casual exercise. This is a search. He connects his memory of the silent, maneuvering light with the sudden, high-stakes military activity. His previous, quick conclusion must have been a military flare, now seems inadequate. Military personnel do not spend an entire morning combing the woods for a flare. This is the birth of the local theory of the crash. The local theory, entirely rational and based on visible evidence, was that a highly advanced, top-secret military craft, perhaps a drone or an experimental plane, had suffered a silent, catastrophic accident in the dense Rendlesham woods. This explained everything. The silent movement. It was experimental, built to be silent. The lights. It was navigating with strange, powerful lights, possibly testing a new system. The panic. The crash created an intense, local electromagnetic disturbance that terrified the animals. The activity. The military was desperate to recover the wreckage and hide the technological failure from the Soviets. This theory allowed the local community to maintain their rational worldview while still acknowledging the extraordinary nature of the event. It provided a civilian explanation that fit the visible facts better than the eventual lighthouse story, but still avoided the need for non-terrestrial speculation. The information began to move through the villages in the way all rural information moves, not through screaming headlines, but through slow, quiet, knowing conversation. Imagine the exchange in the local post office or the pub that evening. The whispers would be low, discreet, delivered with a shake of the head and a shared glance toward the distant pines. "Did you see the Americans this morning, Thomas? Right up by the green farm. I and Alina said her cows were wild last night, like something out of a horror film. Not a sound, just pure terror. It must be something big then, not a regular jet. They wouldn't be looking this hard for a regular jet. They're hiding something expensive." The local conviction that the military was engaged in a massive cleanup and concealment operation was solidified by the highly visible, intense activity of the U.S. security forces throughout the day. They saw the official urgency that belied the official silence. This local skepticism was vital. When the Suffolk Constabulary, and the U.S. Air Force began to float the lighthouse explanation, the local community, armed with the knowledge of Alina's terrified livestock and Thomas's silent, darting light, quietly dismissed the official line. They knew better. They knew something profound had happened in their woods, and they knew the military was lying about it. The silence that settled over the farmhouse and the villages that evening was different from the silence of the night before. It was not the strained silence of panic, but the knowing silence of skepticism. The locals understood that the great, silent forest was now guarding a secret, and the men in uniform were determined to keep it buried. Chapter 4. The silent fury and the striking light. The nights of late December in Suffolk settled in quickly, cold and vast, holding the promise of deep sleep but delivering, for the residents near the military bases, a creeping sense of anticipation. It is the evening of the 28th of December, 1980, drifting into the early morning hours of the 29th. The visible daytime activity, the U.S. military personnel searching the pine trees, had already confirmed to the locals that the events of 2 nights ago were real and serious. Imagine the atmosphere at the Green farmhouse this night. Eleanor Green, would have put her livestock away earlier than usual, perhaps giving them extra feed, trying to settle them into a routine of quiet rest. But the animals, still recovering from the previous trauma, were skittish, their low murmurs holding an expectant, nervous edge. Around the time that Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halty and his small team ventured back into the Rendlesham Forest, carrying the microcassette recorder that would capture history, the disturbances at the farmhouse began anew. It was not a gradual start this time. It was a rapid, immediate surge of energy. Alina would have been in her kitchen, perhaps preparing a warm drink, when the sound returned. It was the same sickening chorus of animal panic, rising faster and louder than before. The cows were bellowing, the horses were kicking, and the dog, Barney, was now not just whining but howling, a sound of absolute physical terror directed toward the dark fields. She rushed back to the barn, her heart pounding not with fear for herself, but for the creatures under her care. The atmosphere inside the barn was almost unbearable, a suffocating wave of anxiety and unseen pressure. The animals were driven to a state of silent fury, their distress intense and concentrated, suggesting the source of the disturbance was closer, or the energy field more powerful than the first time. This time, Alina did not stay inside the barn long. She realized that the threat was not within the walls. It was outside in the cold, silent world beyond the fields. She knew the source of the terror was back. She stepped out into the yard and looked toward the line of pines. The sky was mostly dark, but a low, patchy mist hugged the ground. And then she saw them. Not close, not the silent triangle that Peniston touched, but distant, bright lights moving in the airspace high above the trees. These lights were witnessed simultaneously by neighbors like Thomas Finch, the retired fisherman, who was awake and watching the eastern sky with a new, quiet vigilance. He knew, beyond any doubt, this was not the lighthouse. The sheer intensity and speed confirmed that this was a return of the unusual phenomena that had so briefly unsettled him 2 nights prior. Picture the distant spectacle as seen from the quiet, dark civilian fields. Impossible movement. The lights, intense points of red, green, and white, did not move in arcs. They darted, stopped, and accelerated instantly, defying inertia and sound. They were performing what looked like impossible aerial gymnastics, moving with an eerie, intelligent purpose. The silent dance. The profound lack of noise was the most unsettling factor. The objects were clearly moving at velocities that should have produced shockwaves and loud roars, yet the Suffolk night remained utterly silent, broken only by the anguished sounds of the terrified livestock below. The silence was an act of profound, technological defiance. Thomas Finch would have stared, perhaps gripping the fence post of his garden, his pragmatic mind struggling to reconcile the sight with the official secrecy. He would have been forced to conclude that this was not a crash cleanup. This was an active operation, a secret aerial display of such power and silence that it could only belong to a cutting-edge military experiment or perhaps a foreign intelligence, the worst nightmare of the Cold War. Then came the moment that shattered the night's calm, the moment that Halt recorded on his cassette. As one of the main objects hovered silently, high above the field near the perimeter, a beam of light shot down. From the distance of the farmhouse and the local cottages, this was not a narrow spotlight. It was a visible, straight pillar of intense, powerful energy. It struck the ground near the edge of the forest, a sharp, silent, momentary flash of colossal power, and was immediately extinguished. Imagine the sheer shock of that silent strike. It was like a laser fired from the sky, instantly illuminating the dark ground in a brilliant, shocking white, and then vanishing as quickly as it appeared. It was the clearest possible demonstration of active, directed energy. This observation confirmed to the locals that the phenomenon was not passive. It was doing something. It was testing, targeting, or communicating with directed power. The fear that had begun in the animals now transferred fully to the humans. The local theory that this was a simple crash was shattered. This was intelligent, controlled power far beyond their comprehension. Eleanor, standing in her yard, watching the silent, dramatic flash of the light beam, would have felt a surge of cold dread. She understood now why her animals were frantic. They were reacting to a raw, controlled energy that was briefly, powerfully deployed into their quiet fields. The profound silence that followed the light's final, instantaneous departure was the silence of shock and awe. The terrified sounds of the livestock slowly began to subside, replaced by heavy, exhausted breathing. The locals went back inside their quiet homes, their minds now completely disconnected from the comforting lie of the lighthouse. They had seen the truth, a truth of silent geometry and immense, controlled power. They had no idea what it was, but they knew with absolute certainty that their world had just been visited by something profoundly important and incredibly secretive. They would keep their silence, not out of fear of ridicule, but out of a quiet, settled knowledge that the official world was lying, and that the truth they witnessed was too strange and too dangerous to be easily shared. Chapter 5. The quiet aftermath and the enduring sense of unease, the dramatic events of the late December nights finally gave way to the mundane rhythm of the new year. The lights were gone. The intense, panicked searching by the military subsided. For the residents of Suffolk surrounding the RAF Woodbridge and RAF Bentwaters complex, the greatest disruption was over, but the quiet certainty of what they had witnessed remained. Imagine the atmosphere in the green farmhouse in the weeks that followed. The animals, once so frantic, slowly returned to their normal, placid state. The cattle lowed for feed in their usual way. The horses settled quietly in their stalls. The immediate, terrifying, energetic pressure had lifted, but its memory lingered in the residual unease of the livestock. Eleanor Green, would have observed this return to normal with a quiet, knowing skepticism. The calm was artificial. The frantic, sustained terror of her animals had been too real, too profound, to be dismissed by any official pronouncement of lighthouse effect or animal activity. The animals had confirmed the reality of the unseen, energetic event with their own profound physical reactions. This time, the civilian experience became defined by the stark, unbridgeable contradiction between the official world and the sensory world. The news that filtered out through the local police and the base's carefully managed public affairs office was simple and reductive. The sightings were a misunderstanding, the strange movements of the light merely the reflection of the distant Orford Ness Lighthouse, magnified by atmospheric conditions. The visible military activity, they were told, was just an exercise. But the locals, armed with their fragmented, highly sensory observations, knew better. Eleanor knew that the lighthouse did not cause her gentle cows to bellow with pure, systemic terror. Thomas Finch knew that the lighthouse did not dart across the sky, change colors instantly, and fire a silent, brilliant beam of light down toward the ground. And every villager who had seen the desperate, concentrated search effort by the U.S. military on the morning after the first sighting knew that the airmen were looking for something far more important than a reflection. The silence that the local community adopted was not born of fear of the phenomenon itself, but of cynicism toward the authorities. They understood that the government was engaged in a high-stakes concealment effort. They had seen the two sides of the event, the silent, impossible truth in the dark sky, and the loud, deliberate lie in the daylight press releases. The knowledge they carried was heavy but quiet. It was the understanding that they lived on the periphery of a colossal secret, and that their role was to simply observe and keep silent while the official narrative played itself out. Their truth, the sound of the terrified animals, the glimpse of the silent, darting lights, was too sensitive, too bizarre, to be shared outside the circle of the quiet, knowing few. This experience fundamentally changed the relationship between the local residents and the military base. The base was no longer just a source of noise or a job opportunity. It was a site of profound mistrust and unanswered questions. Imagine the subtle, lasting psychological effect on someone like Eleanor. Every time she looked toward the line of Rendlesham pines, she wouldn't just see trees. She would see the invisible sight of an energetic intrusion, the silent, terrifying pressure that had made her world feel momentarily unstable. The atmosphere of the farm had been permanently infused with a subtle, enduring scent of unease. The final legacy of the civilian witnesses is their integrity. They lacked the high-tech measuring equipment of the military. They lacked the official documentation of the halt memo, but their sensory experience was, in its own way, irrefutable. They experienced the biological and psychological impact of the object's presence. They were the ground truth, the quiet confirmation that something non-terrestrial and powerfully energetic had breached the tranquility of the Suffolk countryside. As the years drifted by, and the story became a matter of international intrigue, the locals remained the silent chorus. They listened to the debates, they read the official denials, and they knew, with the quiet confidence of people who understand the land and the language of the animals, that the official explanation was a comforting fabrication. The final image we are left with is the silent, watchful farmhouse. The lights in the sky are gone, the intense anxiety of the animals has passed, and the forest is once again a place of quiet, slow growth. But within the old stone walls and across the cold, damp fields, the knowledge remains. The universe, in its silent, energetic vastness, once chose a small clearing in the Rendlesham Forest to demonstrate that the extraordinary is not a matter of fiction, but a simple, terrifying fact, witnessed quietly from the periphery of a peaceful English farm. The deep quiet of the countryside returns, undisturbed by noise, but forever marked by the weight of the unexplained truth. And so, we too can rest, carrying the quiet certainty that the world we perceive is only part of the profound reality that occasionally intrudes upon our ordinary lives. The Rendlesham Whisper, Chapter 1. The cold watch and the edge of the known. Imagine, if you will, the profound, almost tactile stillness of a deep winter night in rural Suffolk, England. It is the very early hours of the 26th of December, 1980, a time when the world feels hushed and expectant, nestled between the joyful chaos of Christmas Day and the quiet contemplation of the fading year. This particular night, however, held a silence that was far deeper, far more ancient than the usual hush of the countryside. It was a silence about to be profoundly broken, not by sound, but by an unsettling, luminous intrusion. Our story begins within the vast, sprawling, and deeply secretive compounds of RAF Bentwaters and RAF Woodbridge, two interconnected United States Air Force bases that stretched like an alien presence across the flat, fertile landscape of East Anglia. These were not mere airfields. They were strategic bastions, vital outposts in the ongoing, palpable tension of the Cold War. Within their heavily guarded perimeters lay not only the sleek, powerful silhouettes of American fighter jets and attack aircraft, but also in hushed and heavily secured bunkers, the silent, terrible promise of nuclear weapons. The weight of this responsibility hung in the very air, a constant, unspoken pressure. Picture the scene now, through the eyes of the young American servicemen tasked with guarding this immense, sleeping power. The air outside the guard shacks and patrol vehicles was bitterly cold, a damp, penetrating chill that seemed to seep into the very bones, defying even the thickest thermal layers of their olive-green uniforms. A low, patchy mist often clung to the fields and wrapped itself around the dense, dark columns of the Rendlesham Forest, creating an atmosphere of muffled introspection, of indistinct shapes and muted sounds. The forest itself was a vast, sprawling entity, a dark, impenetrable wall of pine trees that bordered the base perimeter. Its scent, even on a night like this, was distinct. The sharp, resinous tang of pine needles, mingled with the earthy smell of damp soil and decaying leaves. It was a place of quiet mystery even in daylight, and in the deep hours of the night, it became something else entirely, a vast, silent watcher, holding its ancient secrets close. Tonight, the security patrols were particularly vigilant. Christmas Day had just passed, and the relaxed atmosphere of the holiday often brought with it a slight but noticeable increase in the potential for perimeter breaches, for curiosity seekers, or for the more sinister probings of foreign intelligence. The routines were ingrained, practiced to a dull perfection. Vehicle checks, perimeter sweeps, the rhythmic, comforting static of the police radio, a low, steady murmur against the profound quiet of the night. Our focus narrows now to two specific individuals, two young men whose lives were about to converge with the utterly inexplicable. These were Airman First Class John Burroughs and Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston. They were part of the 81st Security Police Squadron, dedicated professionals trained to detect, deter, and defend against any intrusion. Their world was one of clear protocols, tangible threats, and measurable reality. John Burroughs was likely positioned at one of the static guard posts, a small, enclosed booth that offered a temporary respite from the biting cold, but whose windows opened onto the vast, indifferent darkness. His senses would have been attuned to the subtle shifts in the night, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, the almost imperceptible sway of the pine trees in a phantom breeze. He was a man trained to watch, to listen, to observe every detail, however minute. Jim Peniston, a staff sergeant, held a position of greater experience and responsibility. He might have been on a patrol, driving slowly along one of the narrow gravel roads that skirted the base, his vehicle's headlights cutting stark, temporary tunnels through the thick darkness. His hands on the steering wheel would have felt the subtle vibrations of the cold engine, his eyes scanning the familiar landscape for any deviation from the expected. He was a man of action, of direct engagement, ready to respond to any threat, conventional or otherwise. The early hours passed in this familiar, rhythmic pattern of routine. The deep, heavy silence of the night was only punctuated by the steady, almost hypnotic sweep of the Orford Ness Lighthouse, far in the distance, a comforting, predictable beacon on the far-off coast. It was a known quantity, a reliable point of reference in the vast expanse of darkness. And then the quiet began to shift. It was not a sudden, violent alteration, but a subtle, almost imperceptible change in the very fabric of the night. A low, distant glow appeared, seemingly emanating from deep within the Rendlesham Forest, beyond the familiar line of trees that marked the edge of the base. It was not the distinct, rhythmic flash of the lighthouse. This was a continuous, pulsing light, soft yet vibrant, that seemed to bleed out from the very core of the woods. John Burroughs, from his vantage point, would have been among the first to notice this anomaly. His eyes, trained to pierce the darkness, would have picked up the subtle, unusual glow. His internal alarm bells, quiet at first, would have begun to hum. That's not right, his mind would have registered. That's not the lighthouse. It's too low. It's too constant. He would have reached for his radio, his gloved fingers fumbling slightly in the cold to report the unusual observation. His voice, calm and professional, would have broken the steady stream of static on the line. Control, this is Post Alpha. Observing unusual lights in the forest, roughly 300 meters east of the perimeter fence. Appears to be low-level, continuous glow, not identifying as a flare. The response from Control would have been immediate, perhaps tinged with the weary skepticism of a night shift dispatcher. Confirm observation, Post Alpha. Can you confirm no flares or known civilian activity? Negative. Control, not a flare. No visible smoke or fire, just a light, pulsing. Soon after, other patrols, including that of Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, would have been redirected. Peniston, now driving toward the reported location, would have seen the glow for himself. The light would have been low, just above the canopy of the dense pine trees, a strange, vibrant presence against the utter blackness of the forest. It was a light that didn't belong, a color that seemed to hum with an internal energy, shifting from a deep, intense red to a cooler, almost ethereal blue, then to a soft, brilliant white. His mind, like Burroughs's, would have been searching for a terrestrial explanation. A downed aircraft, perhaps. A secret military exercise gone awry. A private hunting party with powerful lamps. These were the known threats, the manageable emergencies. But as he drew closer, the silence became the most unsettling factor. There was no sound. No distant roar of a struggling engine, no crackling of fire, no human shouts. Just the deep, pervasive stillness of the Suffolk night, now punctuated by this silent, pulsing glow. Peniston would have parked his vehicle on the rough gravel track, killed the engine, and stepped out into the profound cold. The air, already damp and biting, now carried a faint, almost metallic scent. A subtle tang of ozone, perhaps, or something indescribably alien. It was a scent that prickled the back of the throat, a hint of electrical energy in the otherwise pristine natural air. His radio, usually a source of reassuring chatter, began to crackle with an unusual intensity. Not voices, but pure static, a high-pitched, persistent hiss that drowned out normal communication. It was a jarring, unnerving sound, a clear indication of electromagnetic interference, of something powerfully disrupting the delicate balance of the airwaves. The decision was made. A small team of security personnel, including Peniston and Burroughs, would proceed on foot into the Rendlesham Forest to investigate the source of the persistent, unidentifiable light. This was a direct, professional response to a potential security breach, a methodical approach to an unknown but presumed terrestrial threat. Imagine them now, a small group of highly trained men, their heavy boots crunching softly on the pine needles, their powerful flashlights cutting stark, dancing beams through the dense, suffocating darkness. The pine trees, tall and uniform, loomed around them like silent, ancient guardians, their branches heavy with frost. The air grew colder as they ventured deeper, the silence amplifying every rustle, every snap of a twig beneath their feet. The light, once a distant glow, now became a distinct, close presence. It was positioned in a small, irregular clearing, a natural break in the dense plantation. It was no longer just a light, it was a structure. Peniston, as the senior non-commissioned officer, would have taken the lead, his M16 rifle held ready, his senses on high alert. Burroughs would have been close behind, his gaze fixed on the source of the light, his radio clutched tightly in his gloved hand, its static now a furious, almost painful hiss. As they emerged into the clearing, the sight before them silenced all terrestrial explanations. It was not a downed aircraft. It was not a flare. It was something utterly, breathtakingly other. The object was a distinct geometric triangle. It rested silently on the forest floor, its base perhaps 9 or 10 feet across. Its surface was a dark, almost charcoal gray, seamless and non-reflective, appearing to absorb the sparse light of the night rather than reflect it. There were no rivets, no visible panels, no discernible joins. It looked as if it had been forged from a single, impossibly smooth piece of material. Along its base, a series of pulsating lights chased each other, an ethereal dance of reds and blues and whites, casting an eerie, shifting glow on the pine needles and the frozen earth around it. On its upper surface, a single, brilliant white dome light pulsed with a slow, powerful rhythm, like a silent, alien heartbeat in the cold, still air. The air around the object felt thick, heavy with an almost electrical charge. The smell of ozone was now distinct, sharp and metallic, prickling the nostrils. And the static on their radios was no longer just a hiss. It was a deafening roar, drowning out all attempts at communication, severing them from the familiar world of their command. This was the profound moment of realization. This was not a military exercise. This was not a terrestrial craft. This was an intrusion of the utterly unknown, resting silently on the ancient, frozen soil of Rendlesham Forest. The cold watch had just stumbled onto the edge of a new, bewildering reality. The silence was no longer peaceful. It was a profound, watchful presence. The immense tension in the clearing was palpable. The young airmen, trained for human threats, were now facing a technological marvel, an object that defied every law of physics they understood. Their rifles, symbols of terrestrial defense, suddenly felt utterly useless against the profound, silent mystery before them. Peniston would have taken a slow, deliberate breath, forcing himself to remain calm, to apply his training to this impossible situation. He began to move forward slowly, cautiously, his eyes fixed on the seamless, silent structure, driven by a primal, professional need to investigate, to understand, to verify this profound, unbelievable truth. Burroughs would have moved with him, his own terror held in check by the sheer, overwhelming novelty of the moment, his radio now just a useless, buzzing weight in his hand. The Cold War, with all its human anxieties, had just met something far colder, far more mysterious, and infinitely more silent. Chapter 2. The silent geometry and the unearthly touch, the profound, suffocating silence that fell over the small, irregular clearing in the Rendlesham Forest, was broken only by the frantic, useless static of the military radios. This high, buzzing hiss was the final, fraying tether to the known world, a constant reminder that the normal laws of physics and communication had been violently disrupted. Imagine, if you will, standing there with Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, and Airman First Class John Burroughs. The cold, damp air of the late December night was pressing in, thick and heavy, carrying the subtle, metallic tang of ozone. Before them, resting silently on the frozen bed of pine needles and rough earth, was the object. The sight was a challenge to the human mind. The craft was not a crude, terrestrial machine. It was a study in perfect, seamless geometry. It was a low-slung triangle, appearing utterly solid and monolithic, as if carved from a single, dark piece of material. Its surface was the color of charcoal or obsidian, dull and non-reflective, yet somehow it seemed to capture and contain light, preventing any easy glimpse of its true texture. The only breaks in its severe, silent form were the pulsating lights that ran along its base and the larger, slow-blinking white light dome situated near its apex. These lights did not shine onto the forest. They seemed to emanate from within the material itself, a deep, internal glow that shifted from a vibrant, almost aggressive red to a cooler, softer blue, then to an intense, pure white, cycling through the colors with a slow, deliberate rhythm that felt biological, almost like the slow, steady rhythm of a colossal, sleeping heart. Peniston, the senior man, was driven forward by a surge of professional duty, a need to verify the target, to classify the intruder. His training demanded he approach the threat, but every instinct was screaming that this was not a threat he was trained for. He signaled Burroughs to hold his position, maintaining cover, while he began his slow, careful advance across the clearing. The distance was perhaps only 40 feet, but every step was a deliberate, monumental effort. The air beneath the craft felt strangely warm and still, contrasting sharply with the biting cold pressing down from the sky. It was an unnatural pocket of warmth, a localized defiance of the freezing night. As Peniston drew closer, the noise of the static on his radio became a deafening torrent, forcing him to switch the device off completely. The silence that followed was absolute, a profound, isolating void broken only by the sound of his own heavy, uneven breathing, and the distant, confused lowing of livestock in the fields miles away, the first, subtle evidence of the energetic disturbance being sensed by the animal world. When he reached the object, he paused, his eyes fixed on the immense, silent structure before him. He lowered his rifle slightly, recognizing the futility of conventional force against this level of unknown technology. He was close enough now to observe the startling detail on the surface of the hull. The surface, though appearing smooth from a distance, was covered in a network of raised symbols. They were not painted or etched. They seemed to be integral to the material itself, a complex, looping grid of hieroglyphic characters that covered the dark hull like an intricate alien circuitry. Imagine the sheer sensory overload of this moment. The unnatural warmth, the buzzing tension in the air, the silent pulsing of the internal lights, and now, the close-up realization of these mysterious, intelligent symbols. Peniston, driven by an impulse he would later struggle to articulate, perhaps a desire to truly verify the reality of the moment, or perhaps a temporary suspension of his own fear, did the unthinkable. He reached out his gloved hand and touched the seamless hull. The contact was a profound shock, not electrical but sensory. He later described the texture as being completely smooth, like polished glass, yet feeling organic and strangely warm, defying the cold air. The touch lasted only a moment, but in that brief instant of contact, Peniston reported experiencing a rapid, overwhelming surge of information directly into his mind. This was not a conversation or a sudden voice. It was a profound, non-verbal transmission. He recalled a complex, bewildering flow of binary code and geometric sequences, accompanied by images of deep, philosophical significance, images of humanity's past, its ancient, technological origins, and a persistent, recurring theme centered on the dangers and potential catastrophe associated with the nuclear arsenal stored just a short distance away. The moment of contact was the climax of the first night's encounter, a direct, physical and mental intersection between two profoundly different realities. It was an instant of shared energy and silent communication, a message delivered not through language, but through pure, structured thought and vibration. He withdrew his hand instantly, staggering back a step or two, his mind reeling from the unbidden flow of information. He quickly recovered, his professional training forcing him to focus on the tangible, the observable. He took out his official notebook and began to meticulously draw the symbols he had just seen and felt on the hull, documenting the visual evidence before the sheer strangeness of the situation caused his memory to falter. The object remained motionless throughout this entire encounter. It neither reacted with hostility nor displayed any further signs of direct communication. It was simply resting, its lights pulsing slowly, its presence utterly silent and massive. As quickly as the encounter began, it ended. After perhaps 20 minutes of silent observation and documentation, the air around the craft began to change. The internal, pulsing lights intensified rapidly, cycling through the colors with a dizzying speed. A low, soft humming sound, almost too low to be heard, began to emanate from the ground beneath the triangle. Then, with an absolute lack of sound and zero visible displacement of air, the craft simply ascended. It lifted straight up, vertically, with a speed and silence that defied all known principles of propulsion and flight. Peniston, Burroughs, and the other airmen in the distance watched, stunned and frozen, as the geometric shape rose above the pine canopy, hovered for a brief moment like a silent star, and then darted away toward the open fields to the east, shrinking rapidly into a tiny, vivid point of light before vanishing completely into the dark, cold expanse of the sky. The deep silence rushed back into the clearing, now heavy with the smell of ozone and the subtle heat of the recently departed object. The only immediate, tangible evidence remaining were the faint, round indentations pressed into the frozen soil where the 3 points of the triangular craft had rested. Peniston and Burroughs, shaken but focused, immediately checked the ground. They noted the shallow but distinct depressions, the first physical trace evidence of an event that would soon be officially denied. They also noted the distinct, unnatural warmth emanating from the newly created scars in the earth, and the smell of the pine needles around the indentations being slightly scorched. The military encounter was over, leaving behind two things: a group of highly credible witnesses forever marked by the impossible, and the quiet, undeniable promise of physical proof resting in the cold, dark dirt of the Rendlesham Forest. The Cold Watch had just turned into a profound historical mystery. Chapter 3: The Aftermath and the Alarm of the Unseen. The profound, heavy silence that rushed back into the clearing after the silent, vertical departure of the craft was not a return to peace. It was the silence of shock and abandonment. Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, and Airman First Class John Burrows, along with the other members of the security detail who had witnessed the impossible ascension, were left standing in a small, cold pocket of reality that was now fundamentally altered. Imagine them now, their training battling a deep, internal tremor of disbelief. Their mission immediately shifted from one of confrontation to one of documentation and containment. The sheer professionalism of the U.S. Air Force security detail kicked in, forcing them to focus on the tangible proof that remained. They were no longer chasing a light. They were guarding a crime scene left by the unknown. The first and most compelling piece of evidence was right beneath their boots: the three distinct indentations pressed into the frozen earth. Peniston would have knelt down, his gloved fingers tracing the edges of the depressions. They were shallow, perhaps only 1.5 inches deep, but their geometric perfection was undeniable. They formed a tight, precise triangular pattern, exactly matching the landing points of the craft he had just touched. The earth within these marks was not scraped or disturbed like an animal burrow. It was compressed, clearly indicating that a massive, yet silent weight had briefly rested there. He could still feel the lingering, unnatural warmth emanating from the newly created scars in the frozen soil, a heat that defied the biting cold of the night. The security personnel then began a systematic sweep of the immediate area using equipment that few civilians, and certainly not the local Suffolk constabulary, would ever possess: Geiger counters. The Geiger counter is an instrument of logic, a pragmatic tool designed to measure the invisible threat of radiation. Its language is a series of precise, audible clicks, the sound of subatomic particles striking its sensor. Usually in the natural background of the Rendlesham Forest, the instrument would register only a slow, steady, comforting tick-tick-tick. But tonight, as the airmen moved the sensor over the three indentations, the instrument's voice changed dramatically. The slow tick became a sharp, rapid, insistent click-click-click-click, rising in frequency and intensity directly over the newly pressed marks. Imagine the sound now: the frantic, unnerving acceleration of the clicking noise in the deep, overwhelming silence of the forest. This was the moment the event moved beyond a simple sighting and became a matter of scientific and strategic consequence. The readings confirmed a palpable, invisible residue, a residual radiation that indicated a powerful, non-conventional energy source had been deployed or expelled by the object. The men in the forest, despite their exhaustion, understood the profound implication. This was not a hallucination, not a trick of the eye, and not a known terrestrial device. This was a physical trace event associated with a high-energy source. Word was immediately relayed back to the command center, not through the normal channels, which were still battling static, but likely through a runner or via field phone, stressing the urgency of the situation. The message was concise and chilling. The unknown object left physical evidence. This news immediately created a crisis of professional anxiety at the highest levels of the base command. When Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halty, the deputy base commander, was informed in the deepest hour of the night, his reaction was one of intense, controlled disbelief. Halt was a man of procedure, a military professional accustomed to order and verifiable threats. He knew that the presence of unexplained lights near a site storing nuclear weapons was a massive, critical breach of security. But the reports of silent ships, hieroglyphics, and radiation were pushing the bounds of the rationally acceptable. The immediate reaction from command was one of containment. The scene had to be isolated. The physical evidence, the ground marks and the radiation, had to be documented and protected before sunrise could bring local civilian curiosity, or worse, media attention. The initial decision was not about explaining the object, but about suppressing the panic and controlling the information. An internal memo would have begun to circulate, classifying the events with the highest degree of military secrecy. The airmen involved were immediately debriefed, their personal notes, including Peniston's hurried sketches of the symbols, collected and placed under seal. The official narrative was already being prepared. This is an internal security matter. Nothing to see here. Move along. But the airmen who stood guard over the cold, scarred earth could not move along. They spent the remainder of the waning night hours in a profound state of isolation. The silence around them, now that the lights were gone, felt heavy and oppressive. The scent of ozone slowly faded, but the image of the silent, perfect triangle and the rapid clicking of the Geiger counter were permanently etched into their minds. The true significance of Chapter 3 is the transition from wonder to anxiety. The airmen now knew the truth was physical and quantifiable, but they also understood, with a sickening certainty, that this truth was deemed too dangerous by their own command to ever be acknowledged. They were guarding not just physical evidence, but a terrifying secret that their own government was already preparing to bury. The cold, slow light of the winter morning would soon creep over the Rendlesham Forest, revealing the ordinary scene of pine trees and damp earth, hiding the profound, silent scars left by the brief visitation of the unknown. Chapter 4. The animal chorus and the unseen pressure now. Let us turn our attention away from the cold, scarred earth and the anxious, radio-silenced airmen of the military base, and shift our focus just a short distance away, to the fragile, familiar world of a local farm. This is the green farmhouse, a quiet haven of brick and timber, separated from the strategic secrets of RAF Woodbridge only by a handful of cold, dark fields and the dense, silent perimeter of the Rendlesham Forest. It is still the dead, profound hour of the night, the early morning of the 27th of December, 1980. The same invisible, energetic field that was frying the military radios and pressing the 3 deep scars into the forest floor was also washing silently over the nearby civilian life. The difference was that the human occupants of the farmhouse could not measure it with a Geiger counter. They could only sense its profound, disorienting effects through the living, breathing seismographs of the animal world. Picture Mrs. Eleanor Green. She is perhaps sitting up in bed, roused not by an audible alarm or a distinct sound, but by a subtle, creeping sensation, a feeling of disproportionate tension in the air, a sense that the atmosphere itself has become thick and unnaturally charged. She is a woman whose entire existence is tuned to the rhythms of her land and her livestock. She knows the difference between the wind rattling a window pane and a true disturbance. The initial sound, when it finally arrives, is not a crack or a flash, but a low, persistent murmur emanating from the dark stone of the barn. It is the sound of unease, amplified by the quiet amplification of the winter night. Her family's sheepdog, Barney, normally a stoic, deep-sleeping creature curled near the hearth, is the first to escalate the alarm. He is not barking. That would suggest a known threat, an intruder, or a fox. Instead, he is issuing a low, almost miserable whine, a sound of confusion and deep existential fear. It builds into a sustained, desperate howl, a sound that seems pulled from deep within his primal core, directed not at the door or the window, but at the empty, dark expanse of the ceiling. It is the sound of an animal responding to a stimulus that is energetic, pervasive, and invisible. Alina sits up in the cold, drawing a heavy woolen blanket around her shoulders. She knows instantly that this is not a common event. A howling dog is one thing. A dog howling with this specific, raw intensity is another entirely. She rises slowly, pulling on a heavy coat and thick boots, and heads downstairs to the kitchen. The kitchen radio, perhaps left on low for company, is hissing with a subtle yet persistent static, a minor annoyance that suggests a fleeting electrical disruption. She switches it off. The profound silence that follows is immediately overwhelmed by the rising chorus of animal distress from the yard. Imagine stepping out onto the cold, damp stone of the porch. The air is biting, carrying the sharp scent of frozen pine and the rising odor of animal anxiety. The sound is now a full, terrifying symphony of chaos, a profound dissonance in the normally peaceful night. She moves quickly toward the barn, her heavy footsteps crunching on the frozen gravel path. She can hear the horses now, a heavy, rhythmic thudding as they kick violently against the timber of their stalls. The noise is not an angry challenge. It is a frantic, panicked attempt to flee an immediate, terrifying presence. And then the cattle. The cows, those heavy, placid, maternal creatures of the farm, are bellowing. This is not the familiar, slow low of a cow wanting food or attention. This is a sustained, guttural roar of terror, repeated and amplified by the confines of the stone barn. It is the sound of a large, powerful animal completely overwhelmed by unadulterated fear, trembling, and driven to the very brink of madness. Alina enters the barn, her flashlight beam cutting through the profound, humid darkness. The air inside is thick, almost suffocating, with the metallic, sharp scent of adrenaline and fear. The scene is one of systemic breakdown. The cows are huddled together, their immense bodies shaking, their eyes wide and rolling white with terror, fixed on the empty air above their heads. They are backed deep into the corners of their stalls, attempting to physically press themselves through the stone walls, trying to escape an enemy they cannot see, cannot smell, and cannot fight. The horses are worse. Sweating profusely in the cold air, their manes are damp and dark. Their muscular legs are striking the walls with blinding, desperate speed. They are in a state of controlled hysteria, reacting to an invisible field of profound, intense energy. Alina, a woman accustomed to the logic of the natural world, walks slowly into the center of the chaotic space. She speaks in a low, soothing voice, calling the animals by name, attempting to use the calm power of her human presence to break the spell. But her voice is utterly useless. It has no effect whatsoever. The animals are sealed within their panic, responding to an outside stimulus far more powerful than the comfort of their human caretaker. She realizes that this is not an event related to common life. This is not a predator or a rogue vehicle. This is an event that is energetic, vibrational, and silent to the limited spectrum of human perception. It is a wave of pure, concentrated disruption that the animals, with their far superior sensitivity to the environment, are experiencing with an overwhelming physical response. The military airmen are currently reporting static and residual radiation. The animals are reporting existential terror. She stands for what feels like an eternity, holding her torch steady, witnessing the absolute reality of this invisible force. She is forced to accept the undeniable sensory truth. Something is out there, in the quiet, dark fields between her home and the base, and whatever it is filling the atmosphere with a profound, terrifying energy. She sees the evidence of the animal's trauma, a scrape of blood on the stone where a horse has grazed its flank in a desperate kick, the deep, uneven breathing of the massive cattle, the pooling sweat on the cold, concrete floor. This is not the result of an illusion. It is the physical evidence of an internal, unprovoked shattering of composure. Slowly, agonizingly, the chaos begins to recede. The cessation of the animal panic is not a sudden, definitive end, but a gradual, weary recession. It corresponds precisely with the time when the triangular craft, miles away in the forest clearing, completed its documentation-breaking stay and silently ascended into the cold sky. The bellows subside into deep, uneven sighs. The frantic kicking slows to an occasional residual tremor. The air remains thick with the scent of fear, but the paralyzing pressure is gone. The animals are left in a state of profound exhaustion, their bodies damp and trembling, recovering from an invisible battle. Alina stays with them until the silence returns, but it is a silence that is now strained, unnatural, and deeply unsettling. It is the silence of an environment that has been profoundly disturbed and is now holding its breath. She returns to the house, shaken, her boots carrying the damp soil and the lingering scent of animal fear. She checks on Barney, who is now curled in a tight ball, trembling slightly even in his sleep. She knows now, with absolute certainty, that the events the military are about to label a misunderstanding or a lighthouse reflection are, in fact, real, physical, and profoundly affecting the physical world around her. Her testimony, though anecdotal and sensory, becomes the crucial civilian verification that the object was not merely visual, but physical and energetic. The military recorded the clicks of the Geiger counter. Alina recorded the bellowing of her terrified cattle. Both registered the same chilling truth. A powerful, alien energy had come to rest in the tranquil, cold stillness of the Rendlesham Forest. She went back to bed, but the memory of the profound animal terror remained, a dark, pulsing note of fear in the peaceful chorus of the passing night. The peaceful solitude of the farm was gone, replaced by the profound knowledge that her fields were a porous border to a reality she could neither see nor comprehend, yet one that her trusting animals had experienced with absolute visceral clarity. Chapter 5. The local patrol's doubt, and the practical the silence that fell over the Rendlesham Forest was now a heavy, profound expectation. The triangular craft had gone. The Geiger counters had been retrieved, confirming the shocking, high-energy residue left behind. Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, and the security detail had begun their intense internal reporting, sealing off the area and realizing the enormous, terrifying implications of what they had just documented. But now, the official military crisis of containment had to intersect with the pragmatic, earthbound reality of the local community. Because the event had spilled beyond the base fence and onto civilian land, the property of the Crown Forest, the local Suffolk constabulary had to be notified. Imagine the mood back at the local police station. It is the deepest hour of the night, cold and weary. Sergeant Alan Peniston is on duty, a career professional whose world is defined by routine, traffic laws, and the understandable human problems of rural life. When the call comes in from RAF Woodbridge, It is filtered through an American accent that sounds strained, anxious, and deeply urgent, a pitch of alarm that is utterly foreign to the quiet protocols of the English countryside. The message is brief and professionally misleading. The Americans are requesting assistance regarding unusual lights and a possible security issue near the Eastgate perimeter. Peniston's immediate, internal response would have been one of weary, practiced skepticism. He knew the Americans, he knew their high alert status, and he knew their tendency toward overreaction. He had been through this before: a low-flying helicopter, a misplaced flare, an atmospheric inversion playing tricks with the light. His job was to assess the public danger and, ideally, to confirm the problem was terrestrial and resolved. He climbs into his official patrol car, the old engine ticking over slowly in the cold air, and begins his slow drive toward the base. The journey is defined by the ordinary, the dark, familiar lanes, the steady, cold rhythm of the windshield wipers, the comforting crackle of his police radio. As he approaches the general area, his eyes, trained by years of local observation, naturally turn toward the coast. And there in the distance, performing its steady, relentless sweep, is the Orford Ness Lighthouse, Orford Ness Lighthouse. This is the central, cruel irony of the night. The military airmen knew the light they saw was silent, geometric, and moving intelligently, utterly different from the predictable beacon. But Sergeant Peniston, approaching the scene with the expectation of a simple, logical explanation, sees the known light of the lighthouse in the distance, and his mind makes an immediate, powerful connection. That's what they're seeing, his mind concludes. It's the lighthouse. Simple atmospheric distortion, magnified by the night mist, making the beam look odd or closer than it is. He arrives near the base perimeter and is met by the American security personnel. The airmen, still vibrating with the shock of the encounter, would have been trying to explain the triangular ship, the pulsing colors, and the intense silence. They are trying to convey a profound, world-altering truth. But Peniston, shielded by his own rational conclusion, is listening through the filter of his initial assessment. He sees their high alert, and he attributes their anxiety to the perceived severity of the misidentified light. He politely, professionally offers his explanation. Imagine the quiet, devastating contradiction in the conversation. American airmen: "Sergeant, we saw the object land right in the clearing. It was silent, triangular, and we measured high radiation levels." Sergeant Peniston, looking toward the coast: "Ah, yes, the light. Very deceptive tonight, isn't it? Seems to be a bit of mist or inversion out there. That will be the Orford Ness Lighthouse, sir. It often catches the low cloud cover and makes it appear to be moving or hovering quite low. Nothing to worry about. A common occurrence this time of year." His calm, practical assertion is utterly reassuring to the Americans. Chain of command, even if it is agonizingly wrong to the eyewitnesses. Peniston is not lying. He is simply applying the most rigorous form of terrestrial logic to an event that was fundamentally non-terrestrial. His mind automatically discards the strange details, the silence, the shape, and focuses on the one known quantity: the distant coastal beacon. He would have stayed for perhaps 15 minutes, confirming that the area was calm, that there was no visible sign of a crash or fire, and that the American base was secure. He would have confirmed that the unusual activity had ceased. He then returns to his patrol car. His log entry is brief, professional, and ultimately historically decisive. It notes the time, the location, and the conclusion: unusual lights reported by U.S. military patrols, assessed to be atmospheric refraction or magnification of the Orford Ness Lighthouse. No danger to the public. Matter closed. This simple, pragmatic conclusion, filed by a trusted, non-affiliated civilian authority, became the military's most powerful external alibi. It was a professional, civilian confirmation that the entire sequence of events was based on a misperception of a natural, known object. It was the foundation upon which the entire official denial was immediately constructed. The local police, in their duty to maintain peace and order by finding the most rational explanation, inadvertently became the shield of secrecy. They applied the logic of the countryside to an event from beyond the stars, and the logic won, sealing the truth in a profound, administrative silence. Peniston drove away, satisfied that he had done his duty and confirmed that the world was, after all, ordinary. The extraordinary truth remained buried deep in the cold, pine-scented soil, now only awaiting the slow, objective light of morning to reveal the physical scars. Chapter 6. The indifferent scars and the rabbit hole theory. The cold, unforgiving light of the mid-morning sun rarely possesses the drama of the deep night, but it carries a harsh, objective clarity. It is the morning of the 27th of December, 1980. The air over Suffolk is damp and heavy, carrying the scent of frozen earth and wet pine needles. While the American Base Command was internally documenting the shocking reality of the radiation readings, and the military witnesses were being debriefed, the local perspective remained firmly rooted in the mundane. The night's alarm had been assessed by Sergeant Alan Peniston, as a lighthouse misidentification, and the incident was officially closed by the Suffolk Constabulary. However, the military's investigation into the landing site, the 3 indentations, required the police's civilian involvement once more. Since the marks lay slightly outside the immediate perimeter fence, on civilian Crown Forest land, a local officer had to confirm the site and authorize the military's continued presence there. Imagine the mood of the officer dispatched for this duty, perhaps a younger colleague like Constable A.G. Simmons, as he was directed back to the periphery of the base. He was not expecting a mystery. He was expecting a military cleanup, a tedious matter of official cross-checking. His mind, like Peniston's, was a fortress of pragmatism and local knowledge. He followed a small group of American security personnel into the Rendlesham Forest. The walk was slow, the damp air making the experience a chilly, uncomfortable trudge through the dark, uniform rows of pine trees. The forest, in the gray, objective light of day, looked utterly normal, utterly silent, and entirely unremarkable. When they reached the small, irregular clearing, the American liaison officer, speaking with professional urgency, directed Simmons's attention to the ground. There were the marks. Constable Simmons would have knelt down, perhaps pulling off a heavy glove to feel the cold, damp soil. He saw the 3 indentations, arranged in that precise triangular pattern. Each mark was clearly visible, pressed down into the soil, measuring roughly 7 inches across and perhaps 1.5 inches deep. The American officer would have stressed the context, the maneuvering lights, the intense silence, the reports of residual radiation which they had already begun to measure with sophisticated humming equipment. He might have pointed out the subtly scorched bark on a nearby tree, the residual odor of ozone, the unnatural compression of the soil. For the American military, these marks were the triumphant, terrifying physical confirmation of an unprecedented intrusion. But for Constable Simmons, the reaction was one of immediate, systematic rationalization. He was looking for an explanation that fit his known world, not an anomaly that shattered it. He observed the size and the depth of the impressions. He noted that they were small enough, shallow enough, and messy enough to be attributed to the most common inhabitants of the Suffolk countryside. His mind immediately searched for the simplest, most mundane, most local solution. He disregarded the abstract concepts of radiation and geometric perfection, focusing instead on the tangible, the organic. He concluded in a quiet, professional voice that the marks were likely caused by animals. Specifically, he suggested they looked like marks made by a rabbit, perhaps a deer, or most commonly, a badger scratching and digging at the frozen, root-bound ground. He might have even suggested they were the result of forestry work, perhaps from a misplaced tripod or post hole from a recent survey. Imagine the complete, devastating disconnect. The American officer, standing there with a classified Geiger counter that is clicking rapidly over the soil, indicating a brief, high-energy source, and Constable Simmons, pointing to the marks and suggesting they were simply the result of a burrowing creature's activity, a rabbit hole or a badger scrape. The officer's pragmatic dismissal was the final, crucial component in allowing the official paper wall to take hold. His casual attribution provided the perfect, unassailable alibi for the government's denial. It allowed the high command to internally accept the extraordinary truth, the radiation, the halt tape, the symbols, while publicly pointing to the objective, unexcited report from the local civilian police as definitive proof that the entire event was mundane. The police report filed later that day was brief and final. It noted only that there were 3 shallow indentations in the ground. It concluded that there was no evidence of a crash or any other incident requiring police involvement, and that the marks were not inconsistent with natural causes. This official, civilian statement, no evidence, consistent with natural causes, became the second, unwavering pillar of the cover-up, perfectly complementing Peniston's lighthouse assessment. The local police, in their duty to remain grounded in verifiable facts and to avoid public alarm, had inadvertently armed the authorities with the ultimate weapon of denial. Constable Simmons then left the clearing, leaving the Americans to their complex, desperate work of making plaster casts of the rabbit scrapes. He returned to his patrol, completely satisfied that he had done his duty and confirmed the truth as he saw it. The forest was quiet, and the world was still, fundamentally, ordinary. The greatest physical evidence of the Rendlesham Forest Incident was thus sealed away, not by armed guards or high-tech suppression, but by the honest, professional skepticism of a local police officer who simply saw evidence of wildlife-ing the cold, damp earth. Chapter 7. Halt's second look and the voice on the tape 2 nights of tense, internal anxiety had passed since the initial sighting. The command structure at RAF Bentwattersand RAF Woodbridge was operating under a crushing weight of contradiction. They had classified reports confirming radiation and physical marks, yet their public stance, reinforced by the local police, was the simplistic, comforting lie of the Orford Ness Lighthouse. This internal conflict culminated on the night of the 28th of December, 1980, drifting into the early hours of the 29th. The deputy base commander, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halty, a man of rigorous procedure, military logic, and a deep, inherent skepticism regarding the fantastic, decided he had to see the truth for himself. Halt was not interested in UFOs. He was interested in security vulnerability and verifiable fact. The ambiguity of the initial reports was unacceptable. He organized a small, official team, including security police and investigative personnel, and led them back into the silent, cold confines of the Rendlesham Forest. His immediate goal was to assess the security of the landing site, and crucially, to obtain physical evidence that would either confirm the extreme claims or expose a colossal failure of military discipline. His most important piece of equipment was a small, handheld microcassette recorder. Halt intended to document the investigation step by step, creating an objective, auditory log of the entire process. This simple, rolling magnetic tape would capture history and become the single most damning piece of official evidence in the entire incident. Imagine the atmosphere as Halt's team entered the woods. It was colder than the previous night, the air thick and heavy. The ground underfoot was damp, the deep, pervasive silence of the pine trees amplifying every sound, the crunch of their boots, the sharp, heavy breathing of the men, the slow, mechanical whir of the tape recorder itself. Halt's recorded voice, captured on the cassette, is the voice of a man determined to remain professional and objective, constantly battling the rising tide of the inexplicable. He speaks calmly, meticulously detailing the landscape, the personnel, and the time. As they proceeded through the dark woods, the environment began to replicate the energetic disturbance of the first night. The team's military radios, like those of Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston 2 nights prior, began to suffer profound, intermittent static, a clear, auditory signature of electromagnetic interference. Halt's recorded commentary captures the mounting tension, the slow realization that the environment itself was actively hostile to their equipment. He notes the location of the 3 indentations, verifying the physical scars on the earth, validating the reports of his men. Then, the profound silence was broken by the return of the lights. Halt's team had been searching the ground, but now, alerted by the increasing anxiety of the security police, they looked up. Distant, vivid, and utterly silent, the unidentified lights were maneuvering above the tree canopy, far to the east, seemingly over the fields and toward the coast. This was not the low, geometric craft that Peniston had touched, but a brilliant aerial phenomenon performing impossible feats of propulsion. Halt's voice on the tape shifts, losing its initial, cool neutrality and replacing it with a tone of awe and genuine bewilderment. The microcassette recorder, positioned close to his mouth, captured the sheer, unbelievable speed of the objects. There's an unusual bright light. It's coming toward us. It's moving to the east. It's got a pulsating red light on top. It's moving rapidly now, coming right toward us. The lights performed maneuvers that defied all known physics. They would stop instantaneously, hold a position with impossible stability, and then accelerate away with a silent, blinding speed that left the observers breathless. This confirmed to Halt that he was not dealing with terrestrial technology. The climax of this recorded pursuit arrived as the team broke cover near the forest edge. One of the intense, silent objects hovering high above them suddenly projected a thin, brilliant beam of light straight down toward the ground. Halt's recorded voice captures the shock of the moment. A beam of light came down, right down into the area where we saw the glow. It's going down, hitting the ground, coming right toward us. The beam struck the ground, a momentary, silent pillar of directed energy. This single, silent flash was the final, devastating piece of evidence. It was an act of directed power and intelligent engagement witnessed by the highest-ranking officer on the scene. The lights then performed a final, massive acceleration, soaring away and disappearing over the distant horizon, leaving behind only the deep, ringing silence of the forest. Lieutenant Colonel Halt emerged from the forest hours later, no longer a skeptic, but a man profoundly burdened by an undeniable truth. The Halt tape, now filled with the sound of his amazed voice, the relentless static, and the chilling account of the silent light beam, was the ultimate piece of official evidence. It was a military record, signed and sealed by a deputy base commander, confirming that the airmen's original account was true. The military now possessed 2 sets of undeniable proof: the physical trace evidence and the official, command-level auditory record. The question was no longer what happened, but how to bury the comprehensive, shocking reality they had just confirmed. Chapter 8. The silent fury and the striking light, the cold, dark hours of the early morning of the 29th of December, 1980, held a profound, unified tension. For this brief, terrible moment, the distinct worlds of the military base and the local farmhouse ceased to be separate. The invisible, silent activity in the sky above the Rendlesham Forest was being watched by both sides of the perimeter fence, cementing the undeniable reality of the intrusion. Imagine the perspective of Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halty. He is out in the dense, cold trees with his team and his microcassette recorder. His military mind is battling the impossible, meticulously documenting the silent, high-speed maneuvers of the vivid, unidentified lights that dart and pause above the distant tree line. For Halt, this is a matter of profound security breach, a visible demonstration of non-terrestrial intelligence operating with impunity over a nuclear storage site. His focus is on command and control, on the strategic implication of the silent, impossible physics he is witnessing. Now shift your focus to the quiet, dark fields separating the forest from the nearest civilian dwelling, the green farmhouse. Eleanor Green, and perhaps her neighbor, Mr. Thomas Finch, the retired fisherman, are awake and watching. They are responding not to a security alert, but to the renewed, sickening sound of their livestock going into a state of systemic, unprovoked terror. The sheer physical noise of the animal panic, the relentless guttural bellowing of the cattle, the desperate kicking of the horses, the agonizing howling of the dog, is the civilian alarm system. It tells them with absolute certainty that the terrifying energetic presence of 2 nights prior has returned, and that it is operating with even greater intensity. From the distance of the farmhouse, the light show is ethereal and terrifying. The lights are far higher now than the object Peniston touched. They are shifting from vibrant reds to intense blues, performing impossible arcs and instantaneous halts. Thomas Finch, who knows the sea and the sky intimately, watches with a quiet horror, knowing that no conventional craft, no known aircraft could perform such feats in absolute silence. The speed is breathtaking. The silence is deafening. This simultaneous observation, the professional military witness confirming the non-terrestrial performance, and the simple civilian witness confirming the utter systemic fear, forms the irrefutable center of the incident. The object is not a reflection, as the local police concluded. It is a powerful energy source, as the animals confirm, capable of intelligent, silent flight, as Halt confirms. And then, the moment of absolute climax occurred, linking both worlds in a single shared act of profound drama. One of the intensely luminous objects, perhaps pausing momentarily in its swift maneuvers, directed an act of pure, silent power toward the earth. Halt's perspective internal to the woods. Halt is recording the exact moment the beam strikes. His voice on the tape is tense, focused on the immediate event. A beam of light came down, right down into the area where we saw the glow, hitting the ground, coming right toward us. For the military, this is a targeted action, a laser, a weapon, or a signal being deployed by an intelligent craft. It is terrifying because it is directed energy of unknown origin. Eleanor's perspective at the farmhouse. From the distant field, Eleanor sees the scene with a different clarity. The beam is a sudden, brilliant pillar of pure, white light, piercing the low-hanging mist and the darkness. It strikes the ground near the pine trees, a momentary, silent, focused flash of incredible controlled power. She does not see it as a laser weapon. She sees it as a terrifying, unnatural lightning strike, a moment of divine or technological fury that instantly illuminates the surrounding forest in an intense, shocking brilliance. The silence that accompanied this immense display of power was the most terrifying part for both sides. No sound, no discernible energy release, just the visual evidence of directed light striking the cold, damp earth, followed by an immediate, shocking return to darkness. The military airmen recoil in professional alarm. The animals at the farmhouse convulse in a final, massive surge of panic before the pressure lifts. The silent, sweeping performance concluded as abruptly as it began. The lights, with one final, impossible burst of speed, vanished over the horizon. The entire event, the recorded maneuvers, the static interference, the animal terror, and the striking light beam, left behind the undeniable certainty that a powerful, non-terrestrial intelligence had spent several hours operating freely over one of the West's most sensitive military installations. Alina and Thomas went back inside their quiet homes, profoundly shaken. They no longer had a crash theory. They had an active power theory. The government, they knew, would surely lie about this. But they had seen the light, and they had heard the confirmation in the frantic, broken cries of their own animals. Lieutenant Colonel Halt emerged from the forest with the Halt tape, the undeniable auditory proof of the same impossible sight. For both the military command and the local residents, the moment of shared observation in Chapter 8 sealed the fact. The incident was real, physical, and absolutely unprecedented. The forest was now silent, but the truth was captured on magnetic tape and imprinted upon the memory of every frantic animal and silent witness in the surrounding Suffolk countryside. Chapter 9. The paper wall and the logic of denial. The morning after Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halty, emerged from the forest with the indelible proof of the Halt tape, the quiet crisis within the military command structure reached its peak. The facts were now undeniable, yet utterly unacceptable. Auditory proof. The tape confirmed silent, intelligent, high-speed maneuvers and a directed light beam. Physical proof. The landing site showed 3 indentations and residual radiation. Witness proof. Dozens of highly trained security personnel had witnessed the phenomenon over 3 nights. The military's primary, overarching imperative was security and stability, especially given the sensitive nature of the nuclear weapons stored nearby. A public admission that an intelligent, non-terrestrial craft had operated with total impunity over a key NATO base would have caused an international panic, sparked a diplomatic crisis, and exposed a catastrophic vulnerability to the Soviet Union. The truth, in this context, was deemed a greater strategic threat than the event itself. The solution to the crisis was not found in science, but in bureaucracy. The method of denial was subtle, elegant, and devastatingly effective. They would not have to manufacture a grand lie. They simply had to selectively emphasize the local, objective truth provided by an outside agency. Imagine the high-level meeting taking place in a sterile, windowless conference room, far removed from the scent of pine and ozone. The evidence, the radiation reports, the binary code notes, was spread out on the table. But the answer lay in 2 simple documents provided by the Suffolk constabulary in the days prior. Sergeant Peniston's log, stating that the initial lights were likely associated with the Orford Ness Lighthouse. Constable Simmons's report, stating that the ground marks were not inconsistent with natural causes, i.e., rabbit scrapes. These 2 professional, honest, and entirely rational assessments, made by local officers who applied mundane logic to an extraordinary event, were seized upon as the perfect external shield. They were the ultimate confirmation from a non-military authority that the entire incident was a matter of misperception and local curiosity. The command proceeded to build the paper wall. The strategy was simple: compartmentalize and dismiss. To the public and media, the official published statement would only reference the initial early morning reports. It would ignore Halt's later pursuit, the radiation and the ground marks. The message was concise and dismissive. U.S. Air Force patrols observed unusual lights. The local police investigated and determined the cause was a misidentification of the distant Orford Ness lighthouse. The matter has no defense significance. To the witnesses, the airmen who had faced the impossible, Peniston, Burroughs, and those who heard the Halt tape, were subjected to intense, quiet pressure. They were told that their experiences were due to mass hallucination, stress, or psychological factors brought on by the high-stress nature of their work. They were quietly ordered to sign non-disclosure agreements, effectively silencing the people who held the direct, verified truth. Their personal notes and the sketches of the symbols were seized and filed under layers of classified secrecy. To the scientific community, the internal reports detailing the radiation spikes and the ground marks were buried in classified archives, preventing any independent, external scientific investigation. The official explanation preemptively dismissed any need for inquiry. The cruelty of the cover-up was that the military was using the very integrity and rationality of the local civilian authorities to deny the experiences of its own personnel. They took the practical, honest skepticism of the English countryside and twisted it into an official, impenetrable lie. Imagine the frustration and isolation of the military witnesses. They had risked their lives to document a massive breach of security, only to be told by their own command that they were either mistaken or unstable. The truth, so vivid and palpable in the cold, silent clearing, was being actively dismantled by the simple, cold language of bureaucracy. Lieutenant Colonel Halt himself was placed in a difficult position. His own recorded voice and detailed memo were undeniable, yet he was bound by the oath and the chain of command to enforce the denial. His own document, the Halt memo, would spend years locked away, a silent, internal scream against the towering, dismissive logic of the paper wall. This chapter ends with the successful establishment of the official narrative. The press dropped the story. The local communities shrugged and accepted the simplified lighthouse explanation, having their own version of the truth buried deep beneath the official line. The Rendlesham Forest returned to its quiet solitude, its secrets sealed not by locks and alarms, but by the devastatingly effective use of a simple, false piece of logic that pointed the blame not at an alien technology, but at an atmospheric condition and a few misplaced animals. The truth was protected, but only by being condemned as a lie. Chapter 10. The Enduring Whisper and the Quiet Certainty, the final chapter of the Rendlesham Forest Incident, is not a tale of a dramatic revelation or a sudden, final confession. It is, instead, a story of persistence, the quiet, slow persistence of memory, and the enduring, quiet certainty of the witnesses against the towering, organized denial of the state. Imagine the decades that followed 1980. The RAF Woodbridge and RAF Bentwaters bases, those massive symbols of American military power, were eventually returned to civilian use, their fences rusting, their command posts quiet. The constant presence of the foreign security police vanished, leaving the Suffolk countryside to return to its own deep, ancient silence. But the silence was now different. It was a silence infused with knowledge. The official narrative, the simple, convenient lie of the lighthouse misidentification and the rabbit scrapes, held sway for many years. It was the easy answer, the rational shield that protected the public from the terrifying implications of the truth. Yet over those years, the truth began its slow, deliberate process of surfacing, often through the simplest, most human means. The airmen's resolve. Men like Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, and Airman First Class John Burroughs, forced into silence by bureaucracy, eventually began to speak. Their personal credibility, their consistency, and their professional background became impossible to dismiss. They were ordinary men asked to guard the impossible, and their refusal to back down chipped away at the paper wall. The Halt tape leak. The microcassette recording made by Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halty eventually emerged through Freedom of Information channels and through leaks. That recording, the sound of Halt's professional voice fighting mounting confusion, the frantic static of the electromagnetic interference, and the documentation of the silent light beam, was undeniable. It became the auditory proof that sealed the military's internal confirmation of the event. The civilian quiet confirmation. The local residents like Eleanor Green, never publicly engaged in the spectacle of the debate, but they held their own, deeper, sensory truth. They did not need the Halt tape to prove the presence of the unknown. They had the sound of their terrified cattle ringing in their memory. They knew the difference between the lighthouse and the silent fury that had gripped their animals. Their quiet, knowing skepticism remained a steady, powerful counterpoint to the official lie. The ultimate lesson of the Rendlesham Forest Incident is not found in the technical specifications of the craft, but in the fragility of human denial. The event was witnessed by dozens, documented on official forms, measured with Geiger counters, and recorded on magnetic tape. Yet the official system managed to bury it for decades using only two simple tools: the convenient skepticism of the local police and the authority of classification. We end this long, quiet journey with a final reflection on the forest itself. Today, the Rendlesham Forest is a tranquil place, still carrying the deep scent of pine and damp earth. Visitors often walk to the small clearing where the triangular craft once rested, looking for the physical scars. The marks are long gone, absorbed back into the patient, growing soil. But the quiet certainty remains. For the men and women who were there, the airmen who stared into the silent geometry, the officer who recorded the impossible on his cassette, and the local farmer who listened to the terror of her animals. The experience was a profound, life-altering moment. They learned that the world is not as simple as it appears on the official forms. They learned that the most earth-shattering truths can sometimes be found not in the drama of a war room, but in the deep, silent hours of a cold winter night, witnessed by an ordinary person standing on the edge of a pine forest. The Rendlesham whisper is now not the sound of the strange craft, but the enduring sound of that quiet, powerful certainty, the truth that was too big, too silent, and too inexplicable for the world to accept. It remains, a persistent, profound, and deeply human whisper against the cold, loud noise of official denial. And with that final enduring thought, we allow the peaceful, yet knowing, silence to settle back over the forest, bringing our long, slow journey to a contemplative close. The story ends, but the mystery and the profound, silent knowledge of the witnesses goes on.